Hey y'all, I'm AdaKay, and I must confess, I'm a trial junkie. I enjoy viewing trials as if I was the seated juror. So grab a cup of java, get comfy, and join me as we hop into court. And don't forget to comment, like, and most importantly, subscribe. And if you're really enjoying the channel, please join our membership.
All right. All right. There were a couple. I have this little guide on the top that there were a couple that I went through and dropped out last night. I emailed you on one of them. I don't remember what the last one was. I think it was the simple assault, reasonable fear language. I took that out, and I took that out of the aggravated assault charge as well, since it's not charged that way. All right. With that, are y'all ready to proceed? Anything else we need to take up before we bring the jurors in? No. All right. Bring them in. We'll see if they need a break when you get done with your opening. If they don't, then we'll let y'all go for about an hour, and then we'll take a break, and then we'll let y'all conclude, and then we'll hopefully be close to lunch break by then, I think. I don't know what time. No one talked to me about the food getting here. We will go till we haven't had.
What a day. I owe you an apology. I am so sorry. Good morning. Well, yesterday, day before yesterday, this judge gave the schedule and he said they were going to be off on Wednesday.
We ready for
And I'm
some
like,
closing statements?
okay. And yesterday, they were just going to go through the jury instructions yesterday afternoon. And I have been live so much that I needed to take time to take care of some things, lab work, that kind of stuff. And I took yesterday afternoon off, and I didn't know that they had undone the Wednesday off day for the attorneys to get ready for closing arguments, and they moved it up. My apologies to you. I'm here for a while. We're going to listen to closing arguments. Then we're going to go into jury watch. So thank you so much for joining. Let's get started.
Yes, Your Honor.
And Ms. Francis, you intend to go first and last?
Yes, Judge.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Georgia law allows for the party with the burden of proof to go first and last for closing arguments. So Ms. Francis will get an opportunity to talk to you twice. Mr. Ray and Mr. Weaver will talk to you in the middle. I believe Ms. Frankish is going to handle the closing arguments for the state, and Mr. Fogus is going to do his best to remain silent. If he needs to say something, we'll probably give him the opportunity, but I believe Mr. Weaver and Mr. Ray want to split theirs up and want to both talk, and that'll be fine. I anticipate what's going to happen is Ms. Frankish is going to go for about 30 to 45 minutes, and then save an hour and a half or so for her final close. If we need a break in 30 minutes, we'll take a break. It's going to be a long day. Y'all are going to be sitting there listening for a long time. If y'all need a break, if we need this, y'all need to go reload your coffee. That's fine. We'll do it. I've told Mr. Weaver, Mr. Ray that we will stop about halfway through theirs regardless, and we will take a full break at that point and give y'all a chance to walk and stretch and grab a cup of coffee. We will go till when defense finishes their closing. It should be right at noon. We should have food available for you. We'll take a 30-minute lunch break. Then we'll start back with Ms. Frankish will resume her closing statements. Then we'll probably take another short break, and then I'll give you the jury charge. Then y'all will have the case. It's going to then take us another. We did a pretty good job yesterday of gathering up all the exhibits and everything for you, but we'll still have to get all that out there, but I'll give you instructions for that. But there will be another break before y'all jump in and start deliberating, just so y'all know. And we'll also have to talk to the alternates and give them instructions. All right, with all that, Ms. Frankish, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Yes. Oh, the power cord? No, but I have the USB.
So yeah, power. It's your display is going to sleep. So plug a power cord into the laptop. It's on it's on the screen.
I know. I have a privacy. It's
Okay.
audio that's not playing.
Oh, is it not playing audio right now?
Maybe I'm.
Okay. We need to be on the same page.
Okay.
All right. And so I don't want to be confused. But I remember you telling me he's on the burn pile.
Mm-hmm.
Were you lying about Scott? Scott, I mean, you think what? I don't. You tell me what happened.
I can tell you that there should not have been as much damage as there was done.
I don't know what that means.
That body should not have been burned up.
This case is about Gary Wayne Farris. And you're here because Melody Farris shot him, concealed his death by putting him on a burn pile on their property like he was trash. This is not a chess match or a well-played orchestra, as Miss Farris would lead you to believe. This is murder, and it is not a game. Murder is the highest crime we have, and it is your duty to hold people accountable when they commit that crime. Murder does not happen often in Cherokee County. You are in a unique position as a juror, as a Cherokee County citizen, to make sure that remains the case. And to hold people accountable who commit those crimes in your county, to your citizens. You have heard 3.5 weeks of evidence, maybe 4, I've lost count. But today, I'm going to go over the law with you and how you apply that law to the facts and the evidence that you've heard. The law instructs you to determine the facts. The facts are for you to determine. We have presented you the evidence, the witnesses, the exhibits, but you get to determine what happened in this case. And then you will apply the law that the judge instructs you to those facts. You are bound by the law. After the judge instructs you on the law, as he stated he will do for about 40 minutes or so, you will be armed with not only all of the materials that we gave you, the evidence, but you will also have the tools, which is the law. You will be in the position to convict Melody Farris. We talk about duty a lot, a juror's duty. You took an oath. The object of the discovery, the object is the discovery of truth. It is your duty to seek the truth of what happened to Gary Farris. You are not to seek doubt. All of the evidence before you points to her guilt. It is not your duty to go through all of that evidence to find all the holes that are unreasonable and to come up with some hypothesis that it doesn't even make sense. Your duty is the truth. And see, the defense wants you to ignore all the evidence that points to their client's guilt. They don't like the truth. They're going to lead you in a different direction. That will not make sense. That is not reasonable. Stay on the path of truth, and you will come to the conclusion to convict Melody Farris. The defense is going to talk about the state's burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. As the state, we have to prove a case beyond a reasonable doubt. But that is just that, a reasonable doubt, the doubt of a fair-minded, impartial juror seeking the truth. If there's a doubt in your mind, it has to be reasonable to acquit. It cannot be a doubt that makes no sense that you have no answers for. That's not a reasonable doubt. And in this case, we have proven it beyond a reasonable doubt. All of the doubts that they're going to get up here and try to plant in your mind are not reasonable. And the evidence shows that. And the law demands it. The defense is going to want you to believe that this standard is unattainable. They may even show that stair-step picture that they showed an opening of each burden as it gets higher and higher with reasonable doubt at the top. You cannot define reasonable doubt with steps. It is defined in the law. It is not to a mathematical certainty. It is not beyond all doubt. Beyond all doubt is unattainable. Crimes are not committed for everyone to solve and know about every single detail. Crimes are committed and concealed because no one wants to be caught. That's what you have in this case. No square circles. Essentially, That's what the defense is going to want you to figure out. How to make this circle into a square. You can't do that. That's impossible. The pieces fit together and they show the truth. We asked you in jury selection about your experiences in your life, things that you've been through. We are asking you to bring your common sense and reasoning into that deliberation room. Do not leave it behind. Because common sense and reason gets you through life. That's what you need to apply to this case. You make inferences, you can make deductions, and reach the conclusions based on what you know, what you've experienced, the evidence, your common sense. That's how you'll reach the verdict in this case. In the beginning of this case, you were informed that you must be an impartial juror, not biased to either side. Impartiality. That's the starting point. And that she has the presumption of innocence. Well, that was 4 weeks ago. That was before you heard all the evidence. That was before you actually realized that she's just cloaked in all her lies. You no longer are impartial. You have all of the information, all of the evidence. And that leads to one conclusion, which is that she's guilty. She is no longer presumed innocent in your eyes. That is no longer where she sits. There are two types of evidence that the judge will instruct you on, direct and circumstantial. A lot of shows and podcasts and commentators, they all say, well, it's just circumstantial, right? We've all heard that. But the law says you give whatever evidence, whatever weight to whatever evidence you want. There is no legal difference between circumstantial or direct. You could have the most convincing circumstantial evidence, and yet the direct evidence is just, well, maybe. Or you could have evidence that's actually both. Let me give an example.
Which, Britt, how are you doing, love? Good morning.
I have a 3-year-old.
Be right back.
And the other night, he was eating dinner at the table, and I ran upstairs to go get his sister's pajamas or something. We have a box of cookies on the counter by the cookie tin. They weren't in the cookie tin, they were in the box. And I come downstairs, and he had crumbs all over his face. There was a cookie missing. And so, based on that circumstantial evidence, I could infer my child stole a cookie out of that cookie box. I'm not going to infer that some cookie fairy came into my house and took it. That's not reasonable. But that is circumstantial evidence. Now, had the box been knocked over on the floor and the crumbs sitting there on the floor and my dog is laying on the couch licking his paws, well, that scene points to my crazy dog probably jumped on the counter, got a cookie out of the box and ate it on the floor. I don't have to see who took the cookie to know who took the cookie. And the scene leads me to believe it's one or the other. Because I know my child and I know my crazy dog. So circumstantial evidence is a conclusion that you can reach based on.
How are you doing today, love? Hi.
Direct evidence is something you heard,
I'm here.
saw, tasted, smelled. Scott seeing blood on the floor in the basement. All of the testimony you heard, Those are things that they experienced firsthand, the witnesses. It's direct evidence. There is no legal difference. You give whatever weight to whatever piece of evidence you deem appropriate. You get to determine the credibility of all the witnesses in this case. To do that, you can consider all the facts and circumstances of the case, and on the next slide, there's going to be a non-exhaustive list of other factors. In this case, motive, bias, all of those come up. Scott, Emily, and Chris will not get their father back. Whether they get up there, they have no motive to lie to you because Gary's not walking back through that door. That's their mother. They have no reason to lie. They don't want this. They don't want her sitting there. They don't want Gary gone from their lives. All they wanted is for you to have the truth. Martha, she is the epitome of a credible witness. Look up credible witness in the dictionary. It's a picture of Martha Barton. She loved Melody. She knew it was the right thing to do to come in here and tell you people the truth because you need to know the whole story. She had no motive to lie. Consider all of these factors when you're giving credibility to a witness. All of the facts and circumstances which they testify, their manner of testifying, their means and opportunity of knowing facts, the nature of the facts, the probability or improbability of the existence of that fact, the interest or lack of interest in the outcome of the case, and their personal credibility as you observe it. You actually weigh people's credibility every single day without really thinking about it. You choose who your friends are, you choose who you want around your family, who you hang out with at work. You decide that based on a person's credibility. This is no different. The nature of the facts, the nature about the facts of which they testify, let's talk about that for a second. David, Melody's friend, who came in here talking about his one experience with Scott in the driveway in the trailer, he didn't really have the means and opportunity of knowing the facts surrounding that situation. He knew Melody for like a second. Scott didn't know who he was. You know what Scott knows? Scott knows Melody killed his dad and is running around with Rusty Barton still and letting strangers over to the house and throwing Christmas parties. Yeah, he's gonna be mad. His dad was just murdered and burned up in a burn pile on his own property by his mother. And now some strange man is coming and using his trailer. He's gonna be mad. David had no perception of that. Zero. And he has an interest in the outcome of this case. He doesn't want to see his friend go to jail. We've talked about this. You must apply your common sense and reason to decide what testimony you believe or don't believe. Again, you weigh people's credibility all the time without even knowing it. The law allows you and demands that you determine who to believe and who not to believe. And some people, you can believe some things they say and not some things they say, right? Like Rusty Barton. He plays both sides. We know that. We saw that. He wants to stay out of trouble, yet he doesn't want to upset Melody. We know what he said was the truth about her statement, he's in the burn pile, because of the context in which he said it. We know the recantation is a lie because it makes no sense. Why, if she gave that statement at Martha Jane's house after Gary's remains were found, why would Rusty respond with, "Don't tell me anything else"? And he references that 2:20 a.m. call. And then the call you just heard, he references it again. And that was August 2nd of 2018. That is a witness. You'll have to resolve the conflicts of his credibility. But he was up there long enough. Y'all know the kind of person he is. Use your common sense and reasoning. Now I want to talk to you about what she is charged with in the indictment. And you'll have a copy of the indictment in the back with all the charges in it. I'm going to start with 4 and 5. We've got malice murder, felony murder, aggravated assault, concealing the death of another, and making a false statement. I'm going to start from the bottom and then go to more serious charges. Okay. First of all, let me say this. If the defense doesn't get up here and concede making a false statement, no credibility to the closing argument. Knowingly, willfully making a false statement in any matter within the jurisdiction of the government of any county. Like Michael Ray said in his opening, lying to the police. I lost count how many times that woman lied to those police. But specifically this charge is about being currently in an affair with Rusty Barton. And y'all heard that voicemail on June, I think it was 25th. It was like less than a week before Gary's remains were found. Call me back, love you. That affair didn't end a year before. She just saw the unraveling. She didn't even own up to any affairs. She lied about Ted Wiley. Oh, we were just friends. We were all just friends. We know that's not true. You literally left your husband and went to stay with him for a significant amount of time. And he had to take the stand and talk about their relationship. If they don't get up here and concede that, you can't give their closing any credibility. Concealing the death of another. Commit this crime by concealing the death of another, hindering the discovery of whether or not such person was unlawfully killed, i.e., putting a body in a burn pile to conceal that he was shot to death. Concealed. Now we're going to go to count 1, malice murder. Causing the death of another person, in this case Gary Farris, unlawfully and with malice aforethought. Malice. That's what this charge is about. Malice is doing something maliciously, which means you have an abandoned and malignant heart. Malice can be formed in an instant. Now, we have a lot of evidence of malice in this case. Malice is not premeditation or anything like that. It's not ill will or hatred, although we have hatred. She despised Gary. That's no secret. She intended to kill him without a legal justification. The state does not have to prove premeditation, although we have evidence of premeditation in this case. Taking that gun from Martha, telling Addison not to spend the night, she knew this day would come. There is no required time to form malice. Like I said, malice can be formed in an instant. Every time she saw Gary, she had malice. Felony murder is another type of murder, which essentially is when you cause the death of another during the commission of a felony. And in this case, that's aggravated assault. Aggravated assault will be defined in the next slide, but it's shooting someone or pointing a gun at someone. That's aggravated assault. And that caused the death of Gary Farris. We do not have to show in felony murder that Melody acted with malice, even though we know she did. This charge does not require malice. It just requires the commission of a felony
am too,
and someone
Britt.
resulting
I'm just sorry I
in somebody dying.
didn't realize it was happening. I'll explain in a minute.
The judge will instruct you that aggravated assault is a felony. There needs to
I'm
be
so mad at
a
myself right now.
cause to the death.
So upset.
So the felony has to have resulted somehow in the death or be connected to the death, which we have. The judge will give you a definition of a simple assault, so you know what assaulted means. Assaulted another person with a deadly weapon. And he will also instruct you that a firearm legally is a deadly weapon. We do not have to prove injury, although we have that in this case. It's not required. You can assault a person by instilling fear, but that's not what we have here. We actually have a shooting and we have a death. I want to talk about the state's burden. Like I said, reasonable doubt cannot be measured. They will want you to believe that that burden cannot be reached and it is unattainable. They will get up here and try to instill upon you that there's no way we can ever prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. Well, that is just not the law. The law does not require beyond all doubt. We need order and justice, and that means we prove a case beyond a reasonable doubt. You have more than what you need in this case to convict Melody Farris. I want to talk about grave suspicion and mere presence because I assure you that Mr. Ray or Mr. Weaver will get up here and talk about how we just have grave suspicion of Melody. She was merely present at the home when he died. No. We have way more than that. What they have is a grave suspicion of Scott, which is based on speculation and conjecture. And that's what that charge says. You cannot convict on speculation and conjecture. We can't even indict on speculation and conjecture. That's not even probable cause. Mere presence. Scott wasn't even merely present in the home. He was merely present at the barn. Compare the two, right? Grave suspicion, mere presence. Scott Farris. They have suspicion based on what? He's 6'5". He has a messy apartment. He was in the military. I'm sorry, is that a suspicion these days? We have to suspect everybody in the military is a murderer? Grave suspicion. Speculation and conjecture. That's what they're going to throw at you about Scott Farris. That was all their defense witnesses. Well, I just didn't like the way he talked to me. Well, I'm sorry his dad was brutally murdered by his mother. I think he's allowed to be angry.
I would be.
But Melody,
Would be.
we're here because Melody is sitting in that chair. And we have proven beyond a reasonable doubt that she is the one that murdered Gary Farris. The judge is going to instruct you on what impeaching a witness is. It's essentially showing that a witness is unworthy of belief. You can attack the credibility, and he'll give you all those charges in the jury charge. We saw some of that here. But you know, the person's whose credibility that was attacked the most is Melody's. I mean, you saw Amanda sit on that stand, and Mr. Fogus showed her the text messages of Melody lying to her about going to Minnesota. Did you see Amanda's demeanor? Betrayal, disappointment. That's attacking her credibility. She's not worthy of belief. Amanda knows that. Her other children definitely know that. They sat up here and told you that. To that same vein, consider the source of a witness's information. If that witness's information is coming from Melody Farris, it is not worthy of belief. That's how you impeach someone. Every crime must be committed with criminal intent. To determine criminal intent, you can consider words of the defendant, conduct, demeanor, motive, and any other circumstance that you deem relevant. We have a lot of intent in this case. We even have a text message where she says, "I told him I hope you die a gruesome death." If that's not direct evidence of intent, I don't know what is. Her demeanor when she found out about Rusty's statement.
Thank you, Zach. You blessed me greatly today.
She was mad at him. Her motive, she had plenty of motive. She's the only one that had motive. I've said this. She despised Gary. She hated that he was giving away their money, her money. That was the main motive. Rusty was a bonus. She was mad about that money. And you could tell that was her motive because after the offense, she was on a money hunt. It was all about the money. We'll get into that.
All about that money. About that money.
Telling Addison not to sleep over.
I know I'm bad, just
She had criminal intent
not right now.
that night to kill her husband. And she, one, didn't want witnesses. Two, never told her grandkids that they could not spend the night. Telling people to, shh, I thought I told you to stop talking.
Mm.
Everything she said and did in this case not only proves that she committed these crimes,
Mm-hmm.
but she did it with malice aforethought and an abandoned, malignant heart. She stood to inherit all of his money.
Mm.
She burned the remains of her husband for almost 39 years in the hopes it would look like an accident. all because she wanted his money and to live a life with Rusty. In my next close, I'm going to talk about the evidence and why the evidence and the law demands a verdict of guilty in this case.
Let's go ahead and take a quick break. I'm going to try to set up another microphone over here. All right. So we'll try to keep it to 10 minutes.
I'm going to.
Y'all go run down and get a cup of coffee if you need to.
Yep, we shall.
You can come unlock this.
He's so great. I love this guy. Guys, I owe you a big apology. You know, yesterday when they rested, they were just going to come back and do their jury instructions. I needed to go get some lab work done. I need to go get this and this done. Whatever. I thought, you know what? It'll be cool. I can have some time to myself. Well, the last word I heard from the judge was Wednesday was going to be an off day, that they were going to start closing arguments on Thursday. So I thought, woohoo, we got a day off. I did not know that they had changed their minds. And so I slept in this morning. I made plans to go see my daughter in college today. And we got closing arguments. I felt so bad when I realized I had ditched y'all. Basically, I ditched you. Not meaning to, was not purposeful in any way, shape, or form. So I apologize. I really am sorry. I really did not mean to do that to y'all. It's been a very long, I'll say it again, long trial. We have had days and days trial. Last week, I did a minimum of 70 hours of live. And so I was tired, and I thought that it was safe for me to, yeah, I guess it wasn't. So my apologies. I am so terribly sorry. And I ask for your understanding. I am just not a happy woman at all. So my apologies. I hope you can forgive me and understand. I appreciate y'all so very, very much. Why is it says, oh, this is the one I need to adjust. Well, but I just felt like I abandoned y'all, and that was not my intent. And I apologize. I really do. Well, I'm good now. I slept in. Yesterday, I had time to myself. What did I do? Ran some errands. Oh, what I had to do was, do you know on your seatbelt, the buckle part? It exploded on me. Yeah. I put my seatbelt in it and I start driving and ping! The seatbelt flies. Thank God it didn't break the window. And the spring is sticking out. Parts flew out. I'm like, oh crap. I can't be driving without a seatbelt. So yesterday, a friend of mine offered me their vehicle until the part comes in because nobody had that part. Yeah, that would be my luck. And so I had to, shoot, I'll get it later. I had to go and deal with that most of my day yesterday, but I got to go and do some things for myself and yada yada. So I was happy about that. But I thought, oh my gosh, I can get an extra 2 hours of sleep, show up at 9 o'clock to work. So when I woke up at 8:30, I glanced and realized they were live. I'm like, oh. So my apologies to my viewers, and I totally understand if you go to somebody else to watch. Totally. But now that said, let's zoom. Now, when we get to a certain part of verdict watch at 11 o'clock, I've got to close down and I got to get back into, I got to start heading to my daughter's college. But I will be, in the vehicle and with her verdict watching with you. I will not abandon you.
I'm going to direct the
Where's my
audience that
sound?
unless you're a member of the media, you cannot have your phones out. And I don't generally get bent out of shape about things when the phones go off during court. I just pretend I don't hear it until it goes off the second time. But if your phone goes off, you'll be removed from the audience. So, but media folks can have yours out and can be taking notes or whatever, but members of the public who have not filed a Rule 22 may not. All right.
Well, he can't do that to me. Just to let y'all know, if you have hearing
So
aids
make
that
sure
are
you have it
Bluetooth
on mute, and
adjustable
if you're not certain,
and your
or if
phone
you have
can
some
control them,
monitor like I do that will go
you
off
can't
even if
do
you
that.
have it on mute, turn it off. Well, I didn't put it back
For the
on
accommodation.
after the other day. So,
However, you turn the volume,
so I can
everything,
do what, I
all
can
the
do
bells and
whatever I
whistles
want.
go up. I'm relaxing in now. Like I said again, I so apologize. Sorry. I am mortified. Thank you so much, Zach, and hello, Britt. Thank you for sticking with me. This ought to be good. Just saying. This ought to be good. Melody, I could have worn my pearls and matched you. Pull my sleeve. I don't understand how people wear their shirts down like that. I guess because I sign a lot, it drives me crazy.
All right, Mr. Correa, go ahead.
May it please the court, opposing counsel, ladies and gentlemen. First off, on behalf of Mr. Weaver and Ms. Farris, thank you very much. I know that this has been, for y'all, a long 4 weeks, and definitely for all the lawyers, it's been a long 5 weeks of dealing with this case. And we note that you have been paying diligent attention, taking your notes,
5 weeks.
and we are very appreciative of that. And with that, and like I told you on October the 7th, when I did my opening statement, you're getting on the Ferris wheel. And it is, in fact, this family is a soap opera. And I think through the testimony that you saw that.
You think?
Now, first off, the indictment, Ms. Frankish went over the indictment with you, so I'll just touch on it briefly. Count 1, malice murder. Count 2, felony murder. Count 3, aggravated assault. Count 4, concealing the death. And count 5, making false statements. Now, this is just to point out, Ms. Frankish pointed out that, we're disingenuous if we don't just get up here and freely admit about count 5 making a false statement. So I'll just go ahead and give you a preview that Mr. Weaver is going to be coming up with. He does not have a PowerPoint. He's got 2 books and about 10 pieces of paper, and he's going to be specifically addressing that with you. But what I will be doing in mine is walking you through what the actual physical evidence was in the case. And we're actually going to start by walking through the front door of the Farris property. Now, first off, with reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt is the doubt of a fair-minded, impartial juror honestly seeking the truth. Ms. Franklin said it to you. I said it to you in opening. The judge is going to say it to you again. Mr. Weaver is going to say it to you again. And Ms. Frankish was right. There is a stair step. I found that several years ago, and I have used it ever since, and I absolutely love it because it shows what reasonable doubt is. Because you're not finding this
I
case
got a
and deciding
screenshot
this
there.
case based on reasonable doubt. It is beyond reasonable doubt. So it's a doubt that you can give a reason for. They have to go beyond that. They don't just get up to the reasonable doubt step and stop, because that's not guilty. They got to get up on that top step beyond that doubt. And it is a long burden. Look at all the stairs, no evidence until a reasonable suspicion, probable cause, preponderance, clear and convincing, reasonable doubt, and then finally beyond reasonable They have not come even close to beyond reasonable doubt. The state has introduced a case to you and spent 4 weeks presenting evidence, and it is so full of holes, and we're going to go through all of those. Remember I told you about when
That's
John Luke and I were
gorgeous.
getting ready for this case, and he had kind of hit a wall that day, and he was like, I'm leaving, I'm done. Can't listen to any more interviews. There's so many hours and hours of interviews in this case. He was like, I'm leaving. And he went to the drugstore close to our office, and he was just talking to the clerk there, and she said, well, sometimes the greatest questions go unanswered. Came back in rejuvenated the next day. And we're like, hey, we got a theory, because we do have a lot of unanswered questions. So what are just some of those? The questions that have no answer.
Carol, thank
How
you.
about
Thank
the
you for
easiest
joining
one?
me.
Where
I'm
was
a little
Gary
bit
shot?
behind. I apologize.
And if you remember from that drawing from Dr.
Welcome,
Gooding, and
my
we'll show
friend.
it later, he could have been shot here. But she also said he could have been shot here. They don't actually know where he was shot. They don't have an entrance wound. They don't have a wound path. They don't have an exit wound. And in fact, and I'll go over it more later, Dr. Arden stated that the bullet is lodged in the soft tissue, never entered the body cavity. In that fact, that bullet that they found in the burn pile, there's no way that it would cause death. It would cause some bleeding. He said it could possibly bruise the lung. But in his medical opinion, it's impossible that that bullet caused the death. How was he put on the burn pile? This trial started out, it was a week of establishing the fact that they have a tractor. And there are now hundreds of photographs of a tractor and an RTV. But how did he get on there? And we'll go through what the tractor and the RTV shows. Where is the gun? No idea. How about where are the bullets? No idea. Scott's odd behavior, and I'll talk more about that shortly. How did Gary even die? And that ties into where Gary was shot. You heard Dr. Arden say that he would have to say that the manner of death is undetermined and that the cause of death is undetermined. And he said that because that was his medical opinion. And he was very clear in stating that I am saying this because I just do not have the facts. And I have not been given the facts. And the state hasn't shown me the facts to be able to make to a medical certainty of what the cause of death was and the manner of death was. And there are countless others. And we're going to be going through several. So, walking through the crime scene. This is the front door of the Farris home. You'll remember from talking or from the testimony of that point in time, he was an investigator, now he works at the school. Shaw, you remember him. Shaw stated that he was brought back in, I don't think he can remember who told him to, but there was a blood droplet. I don't think my little pointer will work on the TV, but it's right there kind of underneath the window in the middle of that hallway that there was a blood drop, a potential blood drop. But what ended up happening, that blood droplet was not collected or tested. And actually when they brought Agent Coffee out, or Agent Honey, they didn't even have her blue star it either. So there is a spot on the floor of unknown origin, and nobody knows actually what it is. Moving further into the house, into the dining room, and you'll remember if I am facing this photograph, the door to the stairs to go down to Gary's living quarters, it would be to the left. Agent Honey sprayed this entire area, if you'll remember from her testimony, in blue stars. Nothing. Not a single drop of blood, except for when you turn and on that same rug, that's the rug there, and that's up toward what would be the left-hand corner of the rug. There's a single drop of what she said is possible blood because it reacted to the blue star. Wasn't collected, wasn't tested. I asked her, I asked Shaw, I asked Stewart, can you take that, can you cut it out? Can you swab it? Yes, yes. Have you ever done that before? Yes. Did they do it? No. They didn't do anything. They literally took a photograph of it and said, well, good enough. And you're going to hear a lot of that in this case. It all seems as a lot of good enough. And actually, they came in and they're sitting on the front there, which is perfect. Because a lot of them, if you heard us when we were questioning them, it's like, why didn't you do that? And what's the answer? I wasn't asked to. Well, when you're the government and you're investigating a murder, you should have some decency to actually take initiative in this case, especially if you're going to accuse a woman of murder. But they don't have any initiative. You know, in fact, they had Kuykendall over there standing next to a tractor at 8 o'clock at night for no reason instead of actually investigating. They abandoned, and of course, Hayes ain't getting off the hook that easy, but that sheriff's office, they abandoned Hayes. They went out there and they investigated that crime scene and they left, and then they just said, Hayes, you know what, you're the lead, it's on you. Figure it out. And just left it. That's why Pope had to go with him to Tennessee. He don't even work for the sheriff's office. He's an investigator with the fire department. And he goes all the way to Tennessee to interview Martha Jane, I believe, and also Rusty Barton, because he was left. But so there's no initiative. Agent Honay says, when I asked her, did you collect it? No. Why? Nobody asked me to. No initiative. Here's the other blood spot, and this is two separate photographs. One on the left is essentially how the photograph is taken if you just took it while we're standing here today. The second one is you turn off the lights, and you remember with Shaw how you got to manipulate the lights, and then I did the whole thing about instead of taking a photograph and manipulating it, why don't we just set the stage in the house to actually be able to show the luminescence of the blue star actually on a photograph instead of manipulating the photograph to maybe see the blue star. So that one's been manipulated, but that's fine, because what did Honay say? It reacts like blood, but it could also be something else. Because remember, I went through with her different types of food that can react to blue star, different type of chemicals that can react to blue star, different type of minerals that can react to blue star. So she said, I don't know what it is. And also, did they sample or collect it? No. So essentially what we have here is a photograph of something that proves nothing. The stairs were the same way. I was going to go in, put in the blue star on the stairs, but, not just going to sit here and beat a dead horse. They didn't do anything with the stairs. They said, well, there looks like blood. Well, we're not going to collect it and we're not going to test it. So good enough. Now the downstairs, we actually get some investigation going here. You see from 1, 2, 3, and 4. You heard with the GBI that essentially we were calling 1 and 2. That's EM1 and EM2. And that's just EM was evidence marker, so 1 and 2. Now, those blood droplets are the DNA, blood DNA of Gary Farris. That is proven, that is a fact. 3 and 4 were not collected nor tested based on the testimony of Shaw and Thrasher, and Hayes as well. Side by side, up close comparison of EM1 and EM2. You can see the blood droplet of EM1 is a centimeter, a little bit smaller. EM2 is those tiny, substantially less, less in size than a centimeter, 3 little droplets. Now, the basement. We talked a lot about the basement. So I just put that in there from a back away perspective of this. You can see there where the arrow is, that's about where EM1 was. It's essentially at the foot of that wooden spiral floor lamp. The projectile that was found in the basement is in between the cushion and the chair. And there's a close-up of the projectile. Now, here's what's interesting about the projectile. The projectile, they testified, did have DNA of Gary Farris on it. And I believe that they actually tested a piece of skin. That's what the testimony of that was. But look at that bullet. It's in a very peculiar spot. According to all the witnesses that testified, there's no impact marks, there's no bullet holes, there's no nothing. There's no marks on the ground where this bullet landed or anything like that. And then when Honay got on the stand, because remember she blue starred the basement.
That's a big leap, y'all.
And also with Kuykendall, since he's the one that found the bullet, no blood found around that bullet. The only blood is EM1, 2. That's the only blood in the basement. around that bullet, there is no blood. So there's no blood found anywhere around the projectile. Now, Honay said she blue starred it, the whole basement. I'll show you another photograph here in a second. And also the GBI quantified that they examined the bullet and there were no textile fibers found on the bullet. And if you'll also recall with, I think her name was Bagwell with the GBI, talked to her about how a bullet can go through, especially with those types of bullets that you saw. And you'll have it back there. You'll see that the flanges that kind of go out kind of got, almost looks like kind of teeth on them where the bullets opened up. And they talked about how that can go through and snag on clothing and things like that. You can get fibers and other types of materials on the bullet, of which they found zero. Now, showing the basement out again, the little area, that's where Honay blue starred. And I asked her specifically, did you blue star on the couch and the chair and all? Her testimony was, and you'll remember this as well, was that she believed that she had blue starred the whole basement, but she would only take photographs if it showed the luminescent or presumptive blood. And she had no photographs of the couch. Nothing. Up here, any of the walls, and this applies upstairs too. Nothing found. Nothing found on the back walls, nothing found on the ceiling, nothing. The only thing found, 2 less than a centimeter drop of blood in the basement. Now this was admitted through Thrasher, I believe, essentially, and this is a pivotal piece of evidence because when you're looking at the photograph, it's kind of hard to figure out, especially for you guys who hadn't been there and seen all this stuff, of actually trying to navigate that house. Very confusing, especially when you get to the basement. But you can see, and you'll have this back with you as well. This is the main floor layout, and you got the porch and all that. And I've taken this and I put the little dot. So that first dot closest to the bottom, that's where they said they thought was blood, but they didn't do anything with. Then you move around and you've got nothing until you get to that little drop at the top of the stairs that Honay talked about, as well as Thrasher, and then that other kind of swipe mark closer to the family room and the drops going downstairs. Now, what I thought was interesting in this, and the reason for it is, so you supposedly have, because you'll remember Mr. Fogus asking, I think he asked Hayes, did you have evidence of a violent crime being committed in this house? He said yes. Okay. So that's your evidence of a violent crime. 4 supposed drops of blood that was never collected, never tested in this entire, y'all saw the house. It's a pretty big house. But where else was nothing found? Or what else was found? So we got the living room, there's nothing. Kitchen, nothing. Breakfast area, nothing. Little hallway that leads to the bathroom and the mudroom, nothing. The hallway leading into the dining room, nothing. The dining room, there's just that one little drop that they didn't collect on the carpet. But other than that, nothing. Study, nothing. And most importantly, or second most importantly, that's the hallway that leads out to the garage, 0 found. Front porch, 0 found. Going downstairs, that's EM 1 through 4. You can see I've labeled it, the top 2 kind of bigger ones. It is hard to make a circle with a mouse attached to your keyboard where you just got to do it with your fingers. So pay no part of that. But also down here, so we got that, and we also got the projectile, right? So let's not forget that. But what else do we have? Well, we got nothing found in the media room or the workshop. We got nothing found in the bedroom. Nothing in the office, storage, utility. Nothing leading out of those sliding glass doors to the outside. And nothing leading out upstairs, going back again, don't do that, leading out the front door. This is different. And also, you'll remember I asked, I think it was Shaw, and he hemmed and hawed around most of the stuff I asked him. But there's no damage to any of the doors, leading in or out of this house. So, any evidence of any dragging or any equipment being used or anything like that, and we'll get more into that later. But there's no damage to any of the door frames, the doors themselves, nothing. Now, this was, I think, aerial, one of them. And I put a little campfire, so that's my burn pile. All right, and that's a rough estimate of where it was. Y'all recall, y'all all walked down there. But what I wanted to show you was,
Selena
is
Kay.
using this
The name.
photograph, is
Hey, every
here, no blood is found. Here, no blood is found. Around the burn pile, no blood. No blood, no blood, no blood. Not a single solitary drop of blood from anybody. Melody, Gary, no one. And we'll go into the tractor, because you're probably like, well, what about the RTV and the tractor? We'll get to that. That just shows all of those law enforcement. I could name, about who was there. Hayes was there, Shaw was there, Thrasher was there, Eckhart was there, I think Hands was there, Ballard was there. All of these people, all of these investigators, all of these law enforcement officers, EMS was there, fire was there. All of these people, and not a single solitary drop of blood is found on the outside where they claim that a violent murder happened. The outside of the house. This came up because you've heard, probably didn't know what a preliminary hearing was. There's no point to learn it now, but you heard you heard Amanda talking about it. I learned it at the preliminary hearing. And one of this photograph became a big deal actually in the preliminary, because you can see the crime scene tape. So that is actually taken on or around July 5th.
Beautiful.
And I know the grass is extremely different now than when you all went out there.
Yes.
That is
Golf
actual,
course there.
real, regular old grass. Not a single tire track, drag mark, none on that well manicured grass, or the surrounding mulch, or anything else. In fact, there's the photo. We'll go on into that. So, we spent a whole day establishing tractors. So we got the tractor, and then we tested. Actually, I stood by with it for some reason. I think Stewart actually found a photograph on the left. That's the blood drop that was Gary's. That single, solitary, tiny little blood drop on the step. Because if you actually look at the tractor, there's no step on the, what would that be? If you're standing behind it on the right side, there's no step. So this is the left-hand side of the tractor, and that's all it is. Now the other photograph, that's the Blue Star photograph that Hayes and Shaw took when they actually took the tractor and the RTV over to the sheriff's office. And they said that this was, number one, it wasn't collected or tested, running theme we have here. But they said that was indicative of blood because it illuminated. But then, out of nowhere, I've been here for 4 weeks, and then we call the chief deputy. I didn't know it was the chief deputy. Thought he was still a captain. Found out he's the chief deputy now. We got promoted. Found out, why did you call in the GBI? And I was going to ask him that anyway because he was the head of CID, so he had to be the one to approve it. What did he say? But our Blue Star expired. So there's now evidence that the Blue Star that they used in this investigation was actually expired, and that they believed that it was necessary at that point that they needed to call in the GBI to do Blue Star testing because they didn't have any that wasn't expired. Nobody told you a single word about that, and all of the testimony about Blue Star by the sheriff's office until Pinion came and said, no, I called in the GBI because we didn't have any that was good. Not that it matters anyway, because yet again, not collected or tested. Now, the bucket. No blood, no DNA, zero evidence whatsoever. There is nothing that indicates that tractor was used to move Gary Farris's body at any point in time other than a tiny drop of blood on the stairs, and there's plenty of evidence that Gary used the tractor. In fact, it was his tractor. He can use it if he wanted to. And there's a tiny drop of blood on it. But we're talking about a murder, we're talking about moving a 6'5", 300-pound man, we got to have a way to do it. Use the tractor. Nothing. Somebody that the state says was shot 2 or more times, and there's not a single, not blood, not skin, not sweat, not hair, nothing found in the club of the tractor. Also, the back, I was just thinking last night while I was putting this together, that, maybe they tied a rope around it, and we'll get into ropes and stuff later, but on the back of the tractor, nothing. Blood, actually no blood, suspected blood, or DNA, or any evidence whatsoever on the back of the tractor. So the front has nothing, the back has nothing. Now the RTV kind of shifted, and then it seemed to me like in the middle of the trial almost, or not necessarily in the middle, but during the physical evidence part, that things kind of twisted. It was well, we've got to abandon this tractor idea because that's not really working out. We're switching to the RTV. It's a little easier. So of course we got a Blue Star tested too, but there was Melody's blood was found in the GBI testified with it on the L2 shifter. There was no other blood or other DNA found on the RTV. Now, here's what's interesting though. L2 shifter, that's how it's labeled. You'll have a copy of the GBI report back there with you. That's what they call it. Problem is there's zero evidence or photographs of it, of the interior of the RTV, and nobody testified what the L2 shifter is or does. We have no idea. I don't know if that's what makes it go front and back. No clue. It's just called the L2 shifter. Now here's the Blue Star, yet again expired, on the RTV. So it is very hard to see,
Dianne.
but so I put the circles around it. So that is on the, we'll go with the left side first. That's on the, looks like the driver's side of the Kubota. Those little drops. They said that was presumptive of blood. Then on the back, where that indention is on the left-hand side, there was a little blood there, or what they thought was blood. Now, and keeping the theme of this case rolling, not collected, not tested, not sent to the crime lab. Also, remember, because I asked, who would that have been? That had been Shaw. I asked Shaw specifically, that tractor and that RTV, what'd y'all do with that Blue Star? And he was like, we hosed it down, the whole thing.
Wow.
Remember, we got a violent crime, a violent murder. The state's trying to say that this was potentially used to transport a 6'5", 300-pound man. Where there is absolutely no DNA based on the Blue Star, and actually their own physical examination of the RTV is actually in the bed of it. Nothing. And also the Blue Star was expired. Now, this just occurred to me just out of other reasons. I just wanted to go because people were just, you never know what a jury's going to think and what other people think. So you just try to cover all your bases. So thought about, maybe they used a winch to get Gary out of the house or something. But there's no evidence of a winch at the house. There's no evidence of a winch on the RTV. Four-wheelers, well, I ain't got a four-wheeler. Got an RTV that's got no evidence on it. No evidence of any ropes, cables, straps, sheets, tarps, horses hauling, dollies hauling. That could either be, I call them hand trucks, or the thing, like 4 square with the 4 wheels kind of dolly thing. No evidence of that. No evidence of any device used to potentially move the body of Gary Farris. Zero. Not one. You got all these photos, hundreds. I don't even know how much evidence we're actually up to in this case. Y'all can count it when you get back to the jury room if you want to. But there's probably 1,000 to 1,200 photographs alone. A lot of them are like this. That's why I put these 3 separate photographs together. It's like, look at all this stuff. But nothing is found. Now the house, I wanted to show you with that, because of that. So, we've got none of these things to move the body. And then yet again, on the outside, you got no drag marks at all. All across that drag. Y'all saw the leaves, how the, underneath the tree canopy there, how it is. So you can see that if you were dragging a 300-pound man down that hill, it's fairly steep, that there would be some evidence. And there's not. There's zero. Now Melody's shirt, I just want to show you this. John Luke put this into evidence. and I'm just gonna put gloves on to touch him.
If y'all haven't, please
Things
subscribe.
get a little
Tomorrow is the last day.
nasty
We give
when they
away
bring
a Starbucks
an evidence
tumbler
bag for
for
6
subscribing
years.
and being a member.
So, and we didn't do it with the GBI.
I sub if you sub.
Did the test of the blood. But when you look, because I asked y'all photographs, y'all have those photographs back. When you look at this, you remember, there's the front of it. Shaw was saying there was blood down here or here. That's where he was saying there was blood. But where there was actual blood found, way up here. Didn't point that out. That's where the GBI actually took the cutting of the shirt and found blood. And whose blood was it? That was Melody's blood. Now, they called the other lady
Blood.
with the GBI, who said that she tried to run what was called a true allele test. And all true allele is just a computer program that can potentially try to separate two different types of DNA. And it couldn't do it. It just said that there was Melody's DNA and there might be the DNA of somebody else of unknown origin and unknown type. So we just don't know what it is. So it didn't work. So you got Melody's blood on her own shirt, and you also, on a pair of shoes, what John was also put in, there was a single drop of blood on Melody's shoe. And yet again, this is Melody's own shoe. Now, why is that kind of important for me? It goes to show the quality of the investigation. Because why take those things, send them off to be tested, if you're not going to do the basic thing? Hayes never asked, and we have no evidence of, did Melody wear the red shirt on the 3rd, 4th, or 5th? We know she didn't wear it on the 5th because she's photographed her on the trail cam. So we don't know. No evidence she even had the shirt on. We don't even know. Hayes said he found it in the closet. Remember, we kept asking people, where you found the shirt, where'd you find the shirt?
Yes,
No, it did. He just said found it in the
Nice job.
closet. We don't know. Was it hanging up?
you did.
Was it in the dirty clothes?
Huh?
Was it
You're
laying
in the
on the floor?
drawing.
No idea. But again, there's a shoe. Melody's blood. So going back to no evidence.
Do a bow,
in the
pumpkin.
3rd and 4th,
Purple glow in the
that she had those things on. I mean, it's her own clothes, her own blood on it, and there is evidence. Remember, because she broke the plate, and that she actually had a cut on her finger. That's in evidence. So there you go. But they didn't go. They didn't take that initiative that you have to when you're investigating somebody for murder. Take the initiative to say, hey, this shirt's got blood on it.
Give away
When's the last
one
time you
every
wore it?
month.
Let's document where we found it. Let's take photographs of it before we pick it up. Let's do those simple tasks. But they don't have the initiative. Shoes, who knows? I don't know when the last time she wore them. Put this in. You'll have it back there. I tried to cut and paste using paint. Didn't come out too good. But I just know what it says. These are the blue shoes and the T-shirt saying that is blood of Walker Farris. Fine. It's her own clothing. It's her own blood. And her fingers cut. We don't even know when she had it. Also, they sent off some towels, if you recall. Very limited testimony regarding these towels, but they sent off, it looks like 26 was the package. So A, B, C, D, E, F, sent off 6 things. 1 white towel, 5 white washcloths. 2 of those, or all of them, it looks like A and E didn't pass the test. It says 2 presumptive tests for blood did not produce the same result. And the GBI testified that basically they did a preliminary test on it, and they do it twice, and it gave different results. So they said, well, at that point in time, we can't tell you that's blood, so we're just not going to test it anymore. The other items that they sent down there were negative for blood.
Mhm.
Not a barn.
Mhm. You are.
The bane of my existence, that nothing was really done in the barn, other than Lieutenant Stewart. And, I kind of feel bad for him, kind of like I do Hayes sometimes, is he just got told to go out there, but to his own fault, he didn't take any initiative. And yet again, when you're investigating a murder, you got to have some initiative. Because he took photos, but asked him about Blue Star, all that. He said, I wasn't asked to do it. And one thing is, good, going back to Lieutenant Stewart, he works in the courthouse now, so I see him every day. And, you know, I was even talking to him this morning. But at the end of the day, it's like, you gotta do your job. Whether or not I like you, Lindsay and Allison over there, every day. Talk to them almost every day. See them every day, most of the deputies in this courthouse. But I tell them the same thing. If you're gonna charge my client with murder, then you better take some initiative and actually investigate. So the barn, they took photographs of the barn. That's it. That's literally it. And we had pointed out, and I'll switch the side in a second, just because we were going through, and I'll kind of lay the framework for this. What we did is our staff, who they got here late, and so they did not get a seat, are standing over there, two of them. Now, they had to go through and print out every photograph in color in this case. One folder that is from July 15th has 2,006 photographs. And we had to print, and that's one folder. There's probably almost 3,000 photographs taken in this case. So we printed all of those out, and John Luke sat there listening to interviews, flipping through photos. And then I started going through and flipping through photos. And then we started noticing that, you know, Scott living in the barn, and, you know, he's a 30-something-year-old man, probably not going to be very clean. It wasn't too bad, but his living quarters, pretty nasty. Dog feces all on the floor, not the cleanest. I'm kind of a clean freak, so I pick up on that. But what was curious to me, a 30-something-year-old single man living in his parents' barn.
You get 10 additional.
That bathtub and that sink are spotless. And law enforcement took no initiative to say, okay, this is kind of weird. The rest of the house ain't too clean. Why is this absolutely spotless? And also, there's a magic eraser in the bathtub. I mean, at a minimum, go to Blue Star. What if he was washing off blood? But we don't know, because they don't have initiative. Same thing, you'll remember, or you're probably wondering, like, why in the world are they putting these in the photograph? And I don't have it on a slide, but you'll remember downstairs in the barn, I think Mr. Fogus put in some, and I put in some too. There's that drain, and there's a water hose running over to the drain. We have just close-ups of it. No Blue Star at all in the barn. And they had, you know, they can't use the old, it's expired excuse.
This group,
So they called Monet out there, and I asked Monet, did they ask you to go out and Blue Star the barn? What'd she say? Nobody asked me to. The bullet. This is just more for my own curiosity why I kept asking these questions. And the answers were kind of shocking. We know the bullet on the right. We know who found that. That's the one from in the basement. That's Kuykendall. He found that. But the one found in the rib in the burn pile, of who found it? Dr. Gooding, remember her, she was the actual anthropologist. She said she found it. Now, before she testified, Detective Westbrook testified. You remember him, kind of the bigger man with the beard that we put in the photographs of Melanie Scott. He said he found it. Sally Sims, the coroner, who made herself a witness in the case somehow, she said she found it. And then everybody's favorite investigator, Shaw, he claimed he found it. It's just puzzling as to, you know, what is supposedly a critical piece of evidence in this case. And you've got 4 of your own witnesses being the person who claimed to find it. I mean, that is simple. That really the easiest thing you could have done. Because who saw it first? Documented, located, bullet, rib, done. But they got 4 people saying that they're the one that found it. Just doesn't make any sense. Like a lot of things. This is the GBI, the ballistics report, saying that it was a 38 bullet as found in the basement. You'll see the way they differentiate it. 38 bullet basement floor, and then 38 bullet jacket. That's the one from the rib. When it says bullet jacket, that is the one from the rib. And that one is in evidence somewhere. I think it's probably in here. So you can actually have that package. sent to
Yeah,
your
that
case,
sounds like
where you can
a
actually
good way
look
to
at it.
put it.
And you'll also
What
have,
do you
I'll
think,
just
Groovy
talk about
Sheriff?
that while we're here. You'll also have what's called a bullet comparison sheet, Mr. Fogus, put into evidence, with Ms. Bagwell with the GBI. And what that shows is, you'll see the comparison of the bullets. You know, a lot of it probably won't make sense. But if you look at it, and from her testimony as well, you'll see that basically from the bullet in the rib, she based a lot of her assumptions off it based on the bullet in the basement. So the bullet in the rib is burned up, and I said, you know, how can you tell what kind of bullet it is? And she says, well, I'm making the assumption that since the bullet in the basement is a Hornady brand, according to her testimony, I'm just making the assumption that the bullet in the rib is a Hornady as well. And I would say assumptions isn't reasonable doubt. Certainly isn't beyond reasonable doubt. You'll also see things like the weight of the bullet and stuff like that. They're both very, very different. But you know, y'all will have all that back there to look at. Next, we also learned that 357 Magnum can shoot a 38 special bullet. Pretty well uncontroverted. There's plenty of evidence about it. And there's also, when you're looking at this stuff, you'll see that the GBI, they gave a list of possible firearms from the bullet comparison. And most importantly, she says this list is provided as only an investigative lead and is not intended to be an all-inclusive list. So short answer is, it's a 38 bullet. What kind of gun shot it? We don't know. But it may be some of these or some like these. Now, bullets, these are what Scott had in the barn and in his bedroom. The one on the left is actually from his nightstand. And what kind of bullet are those? Those are 38 special bullets. 38 special, 158 grain, lead round nose. American. And I also heard Scott talking about, actually he said, Chris said he didn't own a handgun, never did. We know that's not true. But he's got this many 38 bullets in his immediate realm, so to speak. That's a lot of 38 bullets for somebody that doesn't have the ability to shoot a 38 bullet. But he did, because we know from his own testimony, he had a 357 Magnum. Now he claims it was stolen, and we'll get into that in just a few minutes. But, so that's a lot of bullets for somebody that ain't got a gun. Now what did he say? Well, somebody bought those over. Who? No idea. When? No idea. I mean, bullets fairly expensive.
I would hate to be
I'm not going over to somebody's house.
You're throwing
and
him
leaving
under
my
the
box of
bus
bullets.
and rolling him over.
Yet again, it just doesn't make sense.
I would not be friends with that woman.
I call this, you saw that next slide, the magic gun.
They did,
We'll get into it, but
and if they did,
I want to talk
we wouldn't be where
just
we
real
are
quick
now.
about Scott's missing 357. So John Luke had introduced these with Scott, and it was Scott Defense 97 through 100. And you heard John Luke questioning him about where was your gun stolen and all that. He said it was down in Columbus when he lived down there. House got broken into, remember? Guns missing. They called law enforcement. So, all right, we got a stolen gun. You know, your gun gets stolen. You obviously report it because, you know, I don't want my gun being used in a crime coming back on me years later or days later or whatever. So he claims to have reported it. So we asked the Muskogee County Sheriff's Office, give us all records. I believe it was between a certain year time frame regarding the 357 Magnum, other firearms belonging to Scott Walker Farris that were reported stolen. We are requesting copies of any incident reports 911, and we asked for that to be between the years of 2008 and 2015. And Muskogee County Police Department, from the sheriff himself, Scott 98. In response to your open records request submitted to the Muskogee County Sheriff's Office, please be advised that the Sheriff's Office was not able to find information
This is
requested
true.
in the details you gave. Therefore,
true,
there are no documents that exist. So, Columbus is a big town. Had to call my buddy Cody because he's from Columbus. Actually, I asked him what what county it was, because I didn't know. So we found that out from him. Then we went to Columbus County Police Department, sent them the same records request, 2008, 2015. Good day. There are no records in our system for Scott Walker Farris. I did check our jail system as well. No records.
If you're new, please join us on
Sat on that
Discord.
stand
We'd
and
love to
told
have you.
under oath that his 357 was stolen. So what is more likely? That his 357 was never stolen, or that 2 law enforcement agencies lost the records of a stolen gun and a burglary that he claims to have had? Now the magic gun. This, I have been on this case longer than anybody. Longer than all. I've outlasted every prosecutor. I don't even know what number I'm up to now. I've been on it longer than John. The only person who has been involved in this case longer than me is Hayes and Miss Farris, and then me. And this has infuriated me from the get-go. And I have waited for 6 years to get to stand here to talk about this gun and this absolute nonsense that the sheriff's office took hook, line, and sinker from that man's mouth on July the 5th. The magic gun in the basement. So what did Scott say this gun looked like? That it looked like that. It was chrome, it was a snub nose, he didn't touch it, he didn't take it out, it was in some kind of a holster, but he could see what it was. Remember, he didn't want to pull it out because DirecTV guy's there. And I would also tell you you'll have back the text messages that Gary tells him to come over, the DirecTV guys coming. Now you can read those, use your own common sense and reason. I can't tell from those text messages because Gary actually tells him, come here, I need to show you something like SSR, whatever it is. And then they talk about DirecTV guy got pushed back to 2. And it almost seems like in those text messages, he's having Scott come over just to help with something that he's actually there. Not Scott's version where he's having to go over there to let the man in. So you'll have it, you'll read it. It's just a little something to think about. So that's what Scott says is that he finds, or he goes to look for. Or first he finds, tells no one, and then he goes and looking for it on July 5th. So it's in the basement. Now Martha Jane, she's safe for the hint. What did she say? Looked something similar. She actually said she couldn't tell what color. She didn't know what color it was. Now Jenna, that was out of the blue, got on that stand and said, August 2024, over 6 years later, here comes Jenna into their office and says, guess what? I saw a gun too. And that's what she told the investigators. And they actually made her, and it's in evidence, you'll have it back there with you. If you'll remember, we actually put it in 3 different photographs of guns and said, pick, what gun did you see? Wanting it to be that, to corroborate Scott and his lies. But nope, they can't hold it together to do something like that. She picks a completely different looking gun, wood handle, black, and that's what she said that she saw. And we'll get to the locations here in a minute. Now, Chris, on the other hand, yet again, 6 years later, he hops up on the stand, and guess what? He's seen a gun too, but he didn't see it in Purcell Lane House. He saw it back in Alpharetta. Remember, it was just laying on the kitchen counter, and he's never told anybody, and he took it and he put it up on top of the refrigerator. And what did that gun look like? We don't have a photograph of it, it's not in evidence. But he said it was a silver gun with an ivory handle. Ladies and gentlemen, what I would propose to you, what that is 3 people trying to corroborate one. The problem is they just don't have the capability to hold it together because it's a lie. You know what Mark Twain said, that you don't have to remember anything if you just tell the truth. Problem is when you're lying, you've got to remember the details of what you're saying. So Jenna knew to say it was a revolver. She couldn't remember the color, couldn't remember the handle. Chris, same thing. He remembered the color, but he got the handle wrong. He also got the location wrong. He said he saw it. They moved to Purcell Lane in 2013. So it had to be before 2013. Chris never told law enforcement in all of his interviews, sitting there talking to Hayes and Kuykendall and Pope, never said anything about this gun. Jenna never said a word in over 6 years about seeing a gun in that basement. Martha Jane, yet again, she's got her own slide. 2019 to 2024, 5 years, 2 law enforcement interviews, nothing. And Scott telling law enforcement within minutes of arriving on July 5th. Remember what Chief Deputy Pinion said? He's literally just walking down the driveway to the house to get things checked on, and here comes Scott. And then he said, he changed the conversation, and he starts talking about a missing gun and affairs, and pointing the blame at his mama. Immediately. And you heard it from Amanda too. Amanda gets there, I'm going to check on that gun. You don't even know what's happening. You don't know where Gary is, supposedly. You don't know that might be a gun involved. You don't know anything. Why are you looking for a gun? Frankly, also, why are you these kids? Your dad's missing, and let's go through and let's look for his wallet. Let's look for guns. Let's see, where's his credit cards at? You got Emily days later trying to access bank accounts. Pope had to go out and freeze all the bank accounts. Took all Amanda's money, hadn't done anything. Nobody accusing Amanda of anything. But all her money got frozen too. Remember, because I think she said it was about $800, and that's all she had. Now, yet again, when you're operating under live, so you got to remember where things are. Scott said in the left-hand photograph, that's where the gun is. That's where he saw it, was the DirecTV. Jenna, knowing it was the basement, but can't keep it in the same place, puts it over there in that thing. I don't know what it is, armoire, whatever. Basically, it's on a whole nother side of the basement. If you remember, you'll have those photographs. The Scott location's up by the sliding glass doors behind the couch. Jenna's location is over essentially behind the bar. 2 different locations. Now, here is my whole point of law enforcement buying this whole magic gun theory from the get-go. Oh, and also, Scott saying it was a snub nose. What does every human being that knows anything about a gun think when you hear snub nose? 38. That's just the first thing that pops in your head. 38 special, all that stuff. That's what people think about. So he was very clear in saying it was a snub nose. He didn't say 38, he said it was a snub nose, and he gave the color of it. But what has hurt me since 2019 is the fact of this. So, who stores their stolen murder weapon in the living room of the victim? So let's see what they're wanting you to believe, because Ms. Frankish talked about, they're going to meet their burden, and I'm going to send you down rabbit holes and get you not thinking clearly about the evidence. This is their evidence, right? Their evidence is Scott located a gun in the basement. That gun is corroborated by Martha Jane saying that her gun was stolen, right? Because they're similar.
Sorry, guys.
I just showed you.
Hello.
Right. Now, what intelligent human being, if you're planning to commit a murder, stores your murdering weapon in the living quarters of your victim? That is the most asinine thing I have ever heard. If I'm going to murder someone or shoot someone, I'm going to keep my gun close to me. In my part of the house, in my purse, in my pocket, in my car. I'm not going to store it in my husband, according to them, that she despises, behind the couch that he sits on and watches TV, where Scott claims that he sits and watches TV. What sense does that make? And that's why when you're talking about reasonable doubt, it says in there, in that law, common sense. Because you can't, there's no way that the state can explain that away. What, Mellie's just so stupid she didn't know where to put a gun? If that's what you want to believe? That's ridiculous. This whole magic gun, it is the biggest farce I've ever seen. Bot zone. Just briefly, he did the CPAP machine, the Dell computer, all that stuff. CPAP machine, he used an open source, which just means free, program to interpret the data that he extracted from the SD card taken out of the CPAP machine. We had asked him, was that program approved by the CPAP manufacturer? No. Did you do any testing to make sure that the data coming out is correct and you can actually prove it that it's correct, verify it when it comes out the other end? And he said he didn't do that because he had to essentially just dump all of the information into the program, and that's what spit out on the other end, all the dates and the usage and all of those things. So remember I asked him, I was like, why don't you just take July the 1st, plug it in, see if the data comes out and matches, then you've got it verified that this program's actually doing what you would expect it to do. And he said, well, I can't do that. I have to do it all at one time. So essentially we have a non-approved or tested open source computer program to translate the raw data from the SD card. So you can't determine the accuracy of the translation. Even Bob can say that it's correct what he was testifying to. He can just say, here's what this program that's not approved says. Also the trail camera. Scott admitted to deleting the trail cameras on July 5th during the middle of the search.
That poor girl.
You didn't hear any
Poor girl.
of Scott telling law enforcement in any of his questioning and interviews or anything like that about deleting the trail camera. You just heard that from the stand while he was testifying. But talk about the trail cameras. So that is 12/12/75/2018. That's Scott. He admitted that's him. Amanda also identified him. That is him walking up to the trail camera. Now, what you may be wondering is, how do we know that that's when the photographs were deleted? Well, we know that because there's essentially a way to print out the photograph where you can get the data, call it metadata, call it whatever you want, of each of the photographs that were on the SD card. The two relevant ones, you see on the top one, Scott walking up, and it says deleted at the bottom, deleted true. That means that it was in fact deleted. So every photo before Scott is deleted. And then he's picked up on trail camera at 12:16 and it says deleted false. He's walking by covering his face. So he essentially deleted it and then got picked up walking by it 4 minutes later. Now, what was his excuse for that?
He's like,
Well,
don't
just searching for my father. I think a gun's missing. I'm worried about his safety. Need to check the trail camera and, I just always delete photographs from the trail camera whenever I go and check it. In the middle of searching for your father. State's evidence. All right, state's experts. Dr. Gooding, Pope, and Atkinson. Gooding was the anthropologist, Pope was the fire lady, and Atkinson was medical examiner.
And then
So Gooding,
more.
I told you this, come back. Best we can tell, or best she could tell, is that bullet found in the rib is somewhere around those black areas. And remember, she said, and this is important, I think, their own evidence is saying that bullet is front to back, right? Front to back. So, first off, the body got to the crime lab July 7th. Claims of projectiles on the inside of the rib. So, remember, as Dr. Arden explained to you, bullet's going. Their expert says that bullet is front to back. That is her expert opinion. Fine. Dr. Arden said we accept that as fact. If that is a fact,
it was up
that bullet is here.
inside of the
It
car.
is lodged in the soft tissue in between two ribs and did not enter the body. Therefore, that bullet could not cause this death.
Okay, guys, that was a big changer for me because when they showed the different picture where the back of the bullet was facing in, the rib is curved, and the back of the bullet was on the outside, and the point was on the inside in the soft tissue between the ribs. And that was a game changer for me. By the way, our live, wow, that's too far away. By the way, our live poll is not guilty, 3%, guilty, 69%, hung jury, 28%. We'll keep it running a little longer.
Claims trajectory is front to back. Dr. Gooding didn't know if the projectile lodged in soft tissue is from the front or the back, but says it's a sternal rib end. And so that's when I asked Dr. Arden about what is sternal rib end, and that is the ribs that are connected to the sternum coming off at the end of the rib. In the front, remember, if you remember from his testimony, I was able to show him with the little hand on the PDF. Yet again, Gooding couldn't tell him, none of them could tell me about any vital organs. And what Dr. Arden said is you can't say it hit any vital organs, and that bullet, if it went front to back and it's right here, it didn't go into his body. Also, most importantly, Dr. Gooding found no damage to any bones by projectile or otherwise. So there is no evidence, according to the bone, really, or the soft tissue. There's no evidence of saw marks, cut marks, knife marks. No evidence to the rib where the bullet is found, lodged in between the two of them. It had not been damaged. And there's no other damage to any other bone other than thermal damage caused by the heat of the fire. So looking at it from the state's case, they want to say that Gary Farris was shot 2 or more times. Right? If that is the case, he shot 2 or more times and not a single bone in his body that they can find was damaged. Now this is Dr. Pope. That's just a little snippet of her report because I just wanted to read basically her findings to you. She said that that's easier if I just read it. The fire that burned this victim's body is consistent with a single burn event where the fire was set and left to burn as a slow rendering fire. And then for some reason it says in parentheses hours, that remained undisturbed until discovered as a crime scene on July the 5th. The duration of the fire was less than 24 hours old. You'll remember from her testimony, she made that assumption based upon how hot the fire was when law enforcement arrived on July 5th, somewhere around 1 o'clock or so, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, whatever that is. Now, the important thing is that 24 hours. I also wanted to point out, so it's post-testimony that Gary's remains are in that state of cremation, being on the burn pile 24 hours or less. Okay. You remember from those interviews you were hearing where Kuykendall and Hayes are talking to Melody saying that we've seen people come out of house fires. We've seen people die in collapsed house fires, and they don't look that bad. They're not burned up like that. According to the sheriff's office, they don't even believe their own expert. Because she said it happened in less than 24 hours. And not a house fire, an open pit just laying there burning. And also, no accelerants, no gas, no alcohol, no nothing. Now, the reason that 24 hours I've always thought was curious. So, if the fire was 24 hours old, 24 hours old when they arrived on July 5th, 1, 2 o'clock, that means that the fire had to be set less than 24 hours or less before. So that'd been 1 or 2 o'clock on July 4th. Common math. Actually went over that with Pope, and she agreed. Because I do remember. I was crossing here and it was 1:09, if you'll recall. I was like, it is 1:09 p.m. right now. 24 hours ago, it was the day before at 1:09 p.m. and she said yes. So 1 or 2 o'clock, law enforcement's there. Fire's burning less than 24 hours old. Well, at 1:54, Melody is an hour away on the 4th of July, verified at Lake Lanier. So we know that about an hour or more on a major holiday to Lake Lanier. Amanda said traffic was horrible. Getting in was horrible. Also know Melody went to Target, had to go buy the chair. We don't know exactly when she left, but through the state's expert, it seems like less than 24 hours, unless you just want to say, well, less than 24, maybe it was 10, maybe it was 5, whatever. Use your common sense there. But if you put it around the time of 24 hours when that fire was started, according to their expert, Melody's in Lake Lanier. She wasn't even on the property. And that is verified by that receipt that is verified by Amanda, that is verified by Cameron as well, that Melody wasn't at Purcell Lane, that she was at Lake Lanier. Now, Dr. Atkinson's report, you'll see, this is basically the summary of the findings that Dr. Arden was referring to. I probably should have put it up while I had it. But it says basically you can't find entrance wound and unable to assess direction of a wound path. And like Dr. Arden said, a wound path is a bullet going through bone and muscle and tissue and subcutaneous fat, being able to track the path. Now, Atkinson was the whole copy and pasting. I'll get to that in just a second. But he couldn't say what organs were damaged again. Remember, I asked him, did he die of blood loss? Did he, was his heart hit, lungs, liver, all of that? He says he don't know. They want to blame everything on the fire. Dr. Atkinson couldn't say to a medical certainty that Mr. Farris was alive when he was shot. He did not want to answer that question. And you recall from his testimony, he started giving him this big long spiel about, and I was like, no, you answer my question. Can you say to a medical certainty he was alive when that bullet entered his body? And he said no. And that corroborates what Dr. Arden is saying. Dr. Arden, complete honesty, was like, I'm not saying that you can't say that this is a homicide, but I'm just saying being academically honest with, I think his word, is I can't say that it is or is not. And when you've got is or is not, then you've got undetermined. And when you can't tell me to a medical certainty a man is alive when a bullet entered his body, then how can you say honestly to a medical certainty that a bullet killed him? And you can't. Dr. Atkinson couldn't say what rib the projectile was lodged in. He actually knew less about the rib and the bone than Gooding did. And the reason why is because he just copied, and he admitted to it, he copied Gooding's findings directly from cut and paste, directly from his report, her report, into his report. He never went out to that scene. He's putting things in this man's autopsy, talking about it was found on a burn pile, and here's what we did, and all of these things, saying that these things are factually true. But he didn't go there. He didn't do any of those things. He's basically taken somebody else's work, hadn't proven that he's actually, verified it other than just who she is, and just said, this is true and correct. I'm going to say it's a homicide. Dr. Arden, I've talked about it so much. Remember, he just said, look, I think actually what he said was, I'm not going to say it's crazy, to say that y'all have listed this as a homicide. I'm just saying, y'all haven't showed me, excuse me, y'all haven't showed me, and he had everything, all the, he went over all the reports and everything. Y'all haven't showed me to where I can agree with you to a medical certainty. He's like, I'm not going out there. I'm not putting myself out on that limb. Dr. Atkinson, he wants to put himself out there on that limb, be my guest. But Dr. Arden was not willing to do that. And you heard, I think you said, 3,000 autopsies that he had performed, been a medical examiner for 40 years, still practicing, got his own consulting business, all of these things. He's got all the credentials, in the world. And he's saying, no, I'm not going to go out on that limb based on these facts. And that in and of itself is reasonable doubt. Other witnesses. Ms. Frank just wanted to talk a lot about Addison and the text message to Melody, because that means that on July 3rd, Melody was planning on killing Gary. There's absolutely zero evidence of that. There's no text message, phone call, search histories, where there was any planning or preparation on July the 3rd. In fact, you'll recall Addison and Chris come out to the house. They come out to the house on the 3rd. She had just landed. Addison actually says they left. And then sometime later, she texted Melody. And Melody didn't say, no, you can't spend the night. She said, how about tomorrow? And in fact, she did spend the night the next day with Cameron. But also with Addison, and the whole reason I called Cameron, y'all are probably like, this kid don't know nothing. But she did prove one thing. Addison, who is Chris's daughter, who was interviewed a year later, who testified that she's only hadn't had any contact with Melody, but had contact with Chris essentially through her mother, because that's how she had learned about the death and all of those things. But she made it seem like when they got out to Melody's house that Melody was not wanting them to go outside, didn't let them go outside. making them go get a bath way too early. You saw the text messages. It's 8:30 when she tells them to take a bath. They sneak out of the house, go get in the hot tub. Now, what's important, what Cameron actually establishes is Melody wasn't acting weird. Melody wasn't restricting them to go outside. That they went up to the barn. They went and looked at the horses. They went and saw the animals. They looked for Gary, and both of them confirmed they were down in that basement, and they didn't see any blood or any bullet. Nobody did. Nobody did on the 4th or the 5th. Anybody that was in and out of that house. Oddly enough, the last person, best you can tell, is the last person to come out of that basement is Scott before law enforcement gets there, looking for his magic gun that nobody's ever found and that nobody's seen. He's the last person to come out of that basement. And then the bullet is found. Chief Deputy Pinion, we've already talked about him. Him and Scott, he's just trying to see what's going on, and he's got Scott in minutes throwing Melody under the bus. John Lambert, that was really just to show the weird dichotomy, because Scott and Chris and Emily wanted to get on the stand, or did get on the stand, and basically say, oh, Daddy dearest, I loved him so much, I miss him, I can't believe this. While at the same time, you got Chris robbing him blind, him actually saying he was stealing, him admitting that he had used his bank accounts because he had the account numbers and all that, which is illegal, and he was doing it without Gary's permission. Gary actually texted him and said, your stealing has got to stop. Scott texted Melody saying, is he gone? Wanting to know if Gary was gone so he didn't have to do anything anymore. Those aren't the text messages of somebody who, you truly love this man. No, that was just their bank. And he was getting ready to cut them off. So Lambert, that weird interaction, he said, it wasn't fisticuffs like Mr. Focus likes to say. It didn't rise to that level, but he said it was just weird. And then Scott making the statement, can't wait till you're gone so I can get this, or something to that effect. That's weird. That's not the statement of somebody if you love your father. Dave Thomas, yet again, showing Scott's aggression, with a whole. Miss Frankish, she got up here in her opening and was saying, well, Scott's dad was dead and he had a right to be upset. And then she said, his trailer. That ain't his trailer. That's not his property. That is Melody and Gary's. He wants it to be his, but it's not. Just like they want the money, they wanted the house, but it's gone. They wanted everything. They acted like it was theirs, but it wasn't. And Miss Frankish bought right into it, came up here and told y'all exactly that. He's upset his dad died. He's got strangers using his trailer. It ain't his. The owner of the trailer was standing next to it with Dave Thomas when he comes up acting like a nut, then chases him halfway over to recycling. Martha Jane. She's known about this case since July the 5th, 2018. July the 5th, 2018. In the middle of this trial, she called law enforcement and said that I have to tell y'all something. Melody stole a gun from me in 2019, and it was a .38. And when did she say that? After, and you'll have this back there with you, after she admitted to it, after you watched this man on YouTube commenting over Rusty's testimony. And the title of this video, Did I Just Crack the Case? Because that man said, and I asked her, that's where the gun came from. The next day, she is on the phone with Captain Hands telling the story about how Melody stole her .38. There is no evidence that she ever owned a .38. They got some .38 bullets, but also just to show you, those are Winchester, not Hornady. The .357 that her husband owned was still there, and it also shoots .38. So it makes sense that you could also have .38s. But there's no receipt. There's not a photograph of this gun. There's her words 6 years later saying that she's got a gun. Now, she sat on the stand and said, well, law enforcement never asked me about no guns. Yet again, July the 5th or the 6th, she knew Gary had been shot. And you don't think that might be relevant then? It only becomes relevant when a little man with a YouTube channel tells you that it's relevant. And she admitted to that. She also admitted that she was embarrassed. She was furious at this affair. that she found out about, essentially on live television. Now everybody in Tullahoma knows it. She says she got to hang her head whenever she goes. Rusty destroyed the Barton name, and I also asked her, "You believe that a mother should always protect her children?" She said, "I do." And I said, "When you saw John Luke and I crossing those witnesses, you were furious." And that's when Mr. Fogus started his objections about let her finish her answer. Let her answer. She's 85 years old. She might be 84 years old. She might be 84 years old, but she came up with this lie because of YouTube and this trial being on television. That's the only way that she came up with this. She wants to talk about, Ms. Frankis wants to talk about her picture is in the dictionary next to the word credibility. She has no credibility. She watched this whole trial. She knows everything. She knew to even say what color the gun was because she can go back and watch Scott's testimony. What did she do? Yet again, can't get the color right. She got the holster kind of right. You can't get the whole thing because you got to remember stuff when you're telling lies, and it's hard. And I'm sorry, when you want to show up in the middle of a murder trial, 6 years later, 5 years after you discovered a gun being gone, and your excuse is nobody asked me, and it doesn't become important until 2-3 weeks in, that's the definition of no credibility. And especially when you can't even prove to me that she owned a gun. And, you know, she's got an excuse for that too. Didn't like guns, she moved it all over the house, blah, blah, blah. Show me something. They got nothing. I'll go on for more, but I got to hurry. How long have I gone? Okay. Real quick, motive means opportunity. Motive, they want to say it's money. All right. Melody had access to money. You've seen the house. She could buy whatever she wanted. Here's where they messed up, though. It was with the financial accounts. You'll look at those. You should have them back there with you. Gary had actually added Melody back on as a life insurance beneficiary in 2012. That's around the whole Ted Wiley fiasco and her leaving in Alabama and all that. Got in the back. Here's where they messed up. They did not prove that Melody knew anything about the existence of life insurance. There's not a single witness who has said Melody knew about the life insurance.
Okay, guys, I have to get on the road. I'm going to keep this live going. What do you mean Arias is making news? Oh, okay, I got you. Okay, I've got to get on the road. So I'm going to leave this up and going. I'm going to hop in on the other side of the fence. Okay, so we're just going to leave my camera off and I'll hop in. Oh, I know. The little man with the headphones in the corner. We're going to end the poll at 3 not guilty, 67% guilty, hung 30%. Okay, so once I get in my car, I'll be back on, but I'm just going to leave the stop camera for now. I'll mute Mike and we'll continue. Actually, no. We're going to do this and then I'm going to start a new live from my phone.
That Melody knew that she was a beneficiary. In fact, you heard from their own witness, Martha Jane. She said Melody didn't know anything about their finances. She didn't know where the money was. She knew that she had a debit card and that she could use it, and a credit card, and that she could use it, and that Gary tracked her. But she didn't know anything about other than that. She didn't know anything about the life insurance. She didn't know anything about the 401k. She didn't know about the partnership stuff, though, because she called and asked about it. But that's it. They want to say that money is the motive, then you might want to establish some evidence that the person who's wanting the money even knows the money exists. The only thing that Melody knows about money existing in this trial that is a proven fact is a receipt in her car with $11,000 in the bank account. So with that, I'm going to just go ahead in there so John Luke can do his part, but that's the confirmation bias. And that's what it looks like. You remember I talked to you about that in the opening. Confirmation bias. They got their beliefs and they leave all these facts. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I would ask you to find Melody Farris not guilty of all these charges. Mr. Weavers, after a break, we'll be talking to you next.
All right, let's take try to keep it 5 to 2 minutes.
Okay, I'm trying to get this figured out, guys. I'm just going to invite myself. Why can't I do this?
You are a jury, and you're well aware of that. And I think Michael mentioned my books, and this is a book I got on my first day of law school. It's the Constitution of the United States of America, and there's an amendment, the Sixth Amendment to the Constitution, and it's been in place since 1789. And it is the Sixth Amendment. In all criminal prosecutions, the accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy and public trial. I think we've given them a public trial. By an impartial jury of the state and district where the crime shall have been committed, which district shall have been previously ascertained by law, and to be informed of the nature and the cause of the accusation, to be confronted with the witnesses against him, back then it would have been him, to have compulsory process for obtaining witnesses in his favor, and to have the assistance of counsel for his defense. That's it. That is the bedrock of what we're doing. And it has been here for a very, very long time. I told you back in jury selection that I was only looking for my client 12 fair, impartial jurors, honestly seeking the truth. And you all swore that that was you. And you have sat here very diligently, and you have paid attention and taken notes. And we've all noticed the effort and time that you've put into this. You have put in weeks of your life. You have missed time from your families, your jobs, to be here for this very, very heavy, important moment. And I also told you you had another job. And I don't have my PowerPoints. I go with literally what you guys are going to have to work with. This is the charge that the judge is going to read to you once Ms. Frankish is finished speaking in this case. And your one job was to hold the state, and that's my job too, is to hold the state to their burden of proof. What is it? I'm just very clearly and succinctly going to read it to you, and then we'll talk about it. And I'm going to talk about some other elements of doubt that I think we should discuss, and I'm going to sit down, and the defense of this case will be over. We're going to leave this to you, the jury, who is the most important group of people here. And I want to know, and I want to know this. I've been meaning to tell you this for weeks, and I can't tell you this. My client, you may notice that she does everybody else in the courtroom. They rise for you. They rise for the jury. We don't. Here's why. You are a jury of her peers. We're on the equal footing. The judge sits above us all as he represents the law, and we are all under the law. So when the judge walks in, the bailiff says, all rise, we rise for the judge as the representative of the law that we must live under. But our framers.
Okay, Matthew, I need a.
And then, I had to go dig this up. We don't actually use these books much at the office, I'll admit that. The Constitution of the State of Georgia, which was actually adopted in 1983, so it's a much newer document. And it embodies the same principles in our modern time. Now, some might say 1983 was quite a long time ago, but not to me. It embodies it in our real time, in our real life to this day. Because our framers knew the government is, in fact, that's why we're here. That's why we're not part of Great Britain anymore. And almost every, even the modern democracies of Western Europe kind of think we're nuts. They think we're crazy. Because we have 12 people who have no association with the government. And to come in here and decide the facts of a criminal matter, to check the government, for that very reason. We left over there because we knew that the government should always be checked. Not just trusted implicitly, with power. So I just wanted to explain to you, my client is not being disrespectful. I told her to do that. Because I so believe that we are equals. We are peers. The burden of proof. The defendant, and still is, by the way, presumed innocent. This case is not over. The defendant is presumed to be innocent until proven guilty. The defendant enters upon the trial of this case with the presumption of innocence in his or her favor. The presumption remains with the defendant until it is overcome by the state with evidence that is sufficient to convince you beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant is guilty of the offense charged. 4 offenses in this case. No person shall be convicted of any crime unless and until each element of each crime is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. You're going to get this document. This is the indictment. These are the charges. They have to every page of this indictment. Count 1, count 2, count 3, count 5. Every element, every word has to be proven in each count beyond a reasonable doubt. It can't just be maybe. I'm going to slow down. No person shall be convicted of any crime unless or until each element of the crime is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof rests upon the state to prove every material allegation of the indictment and every essential element of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt. There is no burden of proof upon the defendant whatsoever. And the burden never shifts to the defendant to introduce evidence or to prove innocence. However, the state is not required to prove the guilt of the accused beyond all doubt or to a mathematical certainty. A reasonable doubt means just what it says. So here it is. A reasonable doubt is a doubt of a fair-minded, impartial juror honestly seeking the truth. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon common sense and reason. It does not mean a vague or arbitrary doubt, but is a doubt for which a reason can be given arising from the consideration of the evidence, a lack of evidence, or a conflict of the evidence. After giving consideration to all the facts and circumstances of this case, if your minds are wavering, unsettled, unsatisfied, then that is a doubt of the law. And you must acquit the defendant. It says the word must. But if that doubt does not exist, if your minds as to the guilt of the accused, then you would be authorized to convict the defendant. If the state fails to prove the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, it is your duty to acquit the defendant. You will be given this. You'll be given a verdict form with 5 counts. Count 1, malice murder. Count 2, felony murder. Count 3, aggravated assault. Count 4, concealing the death of another. And count 5, making a false statement. It is, in fact, a heavy burden. But I contend to you that the state has not come close. Mr. Ray is far more eloquent than me. Mr. Ray is smart, far more intelligent than me, and his brain works in a way I truly am fortunate to have such a good partner. But he found that diagram years ago of the stairs. I'll come down here and I use the bar. I say, a scintilla of evidence is down here. Probable cause or preponderance of the evidence is somewhere towards the middle of the bar. Clear and convincing evidence, which is not the standard in this case, is a little further up here. And then beyond a reasonable doubt is almost all the way here at the end of the bar. It's not all the way. I'm not saying it is. But I think this case that we have set and listened to, and I think is the time was taken as needed to get through the case. For you to see every bit, every element of this case. But here's what I think you have clearly seen. This is the first doubt that I propose to you. That the district attorney's office and the sheriff's office and all law enforcement involved in this case from day one, from the early minutes of the 911 call, which let's think who made the 911 call. It was that man right there. He was in control from the very first minute of this case, Scott Farris. Scott Farris was always in control. And the fact that he had to immediately control the case, to me shows doubt. And I do believe it is a heavy doubt. When you look at everyone involved, every witness that you've heard testify, and that's another thing you need to know. You need to know that's your job, and you'll be charged on this as well. As a witness, you are to determine the credibility of the witness. Now, I'm going to read the charge. There's not a lot to this charge, and there's a reason why. The jury must determine the credibility of the witnesses. In deciding this, you may consider all of the facts and circumstances of the case, including the witness's manner of testifying, their means and opportunity of knowing the facts about which they testify, the nature of the facts about which they testify, the probability or improbability of their testimony, their interest or lack of interest in the outcome of the case, and their personal credibility as you observe it. What does that mean? Here's what that means. Here's what I propose to you. From the day we're born, in the early years of our life, we begin to get a feeling when we hear people talk. Because the words coming out of our mouth sometimes aren't true. For example, if I were to have a bag, and say I told you that this bag was full, instead of shoes, it was full of $1 million. Well, I'm going to take this half of this $1 million and give you guys the other half, and we're just going to leave. But here's what you know immediately. You know that if I had $1 million in this bag, I wouldn't be standing here talking to y'all. You know that. You have that feeling in your gut. Because you know, you've sat here and watched this case.
I'm teasing.
It's a bag full of shoes. It's a bag full of shoes that has no important evidence on it whatsoever, other than the fact that I think Melanie Farris cut her finger at some point and got blood on her shoes. I think they've established that. And I think, and Mr. Ray did a very eloquent job, and I can go on and on, and I'm not going to.
Yeah, it's not good when you don't have your family sitting next to you. Hello,
When you
karate
think
cat
about
mom.
what I first went in this case,
I'm on the road again.
and their response immediately.
On the road
Let's go
again.
back to July 5th.
Okay, I'll be back.
Let's go back to the time that Scott Farris, who's sitting right there, goes up to Detective Kuykendall, who's sitting right there, and he gets in his car for an hour and begins to tell him the story of the missing gun and his mother's affairs. And in opening statements, Mr. Fogus talked about circles. Circles getting big, smaller, smaller, smaller. And I think circles will be talked about too when we talk about Miss Harris. But those circles were controlled and that's Scott Farris. The investigation of this case became one-sided in that first afternoon. And I would contend to you, everything that happened, and it's unfortunate for us in Cherokee County, for the jury, for Ms. Farris especially, that it was stuck that way. There was never any true regard or respect for the evidence that should have been gathered in this case. You saw it. You had 1, 2, 3. 3 locations on this massive property. You've been there, you've seen it, that were not checked. All of the countless problems that Mr. Ray unfortunately had to kind of wrap it up because we have time limitations on how we've been up here for weeks. We can't continue on. That's your job. You as a jury are allowed to go back to deliberate, and you get to go through every bit of this. And there's going to be some of you that believe this, and there's going to be some of you that believe that. And the judge will tell you that you are allowed to hold on to those beliefs and stand up for those beliefs. It is that standard that gives you the true check on our government. You are the democracy. You are it. We're having an election in a week. Nobody's got to go vote. There is no draft anymore. Some people don't have to pay taxes. But the one thing you got to do, and y'all know it better than anybody, is when you are compelled into jury service, you have to come. We literally saw an individual brought in here during this trial who tried to get out of jury duty. You've seen it. This is the last duty we have because it's that important. You can take any fact that we may have talked about or even things we didn't talk about, and you argue about it back there. I'm not saying screaming and yelling, but if you've got a belief, you stay with it. And you listen to other jurors, and you make sure they listen to you. It's truly that important. But I would contend to you that the fact that Thrasher, who came out of the crime scene, I believe she testified something to the fact that this was essentially the first crime scene she'd ever been on. She totally and completely failed in intaking the crime scene in the house. And that complete failure of that investigation alone, I think that's a doubt. I think going further into that day and the fact that this investigation was completely veered in one direction, and that's to Melody Walker Farris. So much was left, and that's part of what you've seen in this case. We've been attempting to investigate this case because we ultimately feel that it wasn't. We believe that the complete ignoring of the barn is absolutely, it's just despicable, for lack of a better word. And because they never even looked over there, they never even used Blue Star or Luminol or intook any of those things, even though there were some clear signs that they maybe should have. Gary Ferris's card was over there. Scott Farris's bathtub was perfectly clean. They're there. I mean, Michael Ray told you. He told you. We had all those boxes that sit back there, and y'all, I'm very analog. That's the way I am. So we had all these pictures, and I'm going through all these pictures for months and months and listening to all these interviews, and you guys have gone through most of those things. And sure, I got real frustrated one day. Michael's told the story, but I'm going to tell the story to you too. I think you need to know. So after going through this for weeks, preparing for this trial, hours on hours on hours, count hundreds and hundreds of hours preparing for this case, I finally threw up my hands. My paralegal will tell you. Sometimes I throw up my hands and I'm out. Michael says, "Where's John look?" I don't know. So I have to go pick up my family's prescriptions at our local drugstore. And I go over to the drugstore. And there is this little, she's young. I think she's 17 years old. She loves to read. But I walk in and they're redecorating the drugstore. This is a drugstore that's been owned by one family in our hometown for about 70 years, Jasper Drugstore. So I go in there, get my prescriptions, and she's like, "John, what's wrong?" So I tell her, oh my goodness. And she looks at me. 17 years old, redheaded too, unrelated. 17 years old, she looks at me and she says, "You know, Mr. Weber, sometimes the greatest questions, they go unanswered." I mean, literally. Ton of breaths. The second she said that to me, it finally cleared it up. Because I've been running around trying to solve this case for 4.5 years. That's how long I've been on it. Mr. Ray was on it longer than me. But because it is not answered, that's a doubt itself. I want to talk about a lot of the evidence that has been shown about phone calls and sexual relationships with Rusty Barton and the grotesque amount of time that was spent by the district attorney's office proving a point that was proven very quickly. And that's that my client had extramarital affairs. But also evidence was shown that so did Gary. And they were in an open relationship. They lived on separate parts of the house. And Amanda, I thought Amanda was a truly fascinating witness. And it's kind of sad that we had to call her. I think she's the only child that is impartial. She literally just looked at you guys and said, "This is y'all job. I believe in my mama unless or until she's proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt." And I think Amanda is such a credible witness because she also testified she was with her mama the day of the 4th. Nothing was out of place. And sure, they were texting and they were calling. And you see all this back and forth bickering all the time between them. And that's the Ferris wheel that the moniker that has come to be in this case. And I know we are all sitting on top of the Ferris wheel and we just can't wait for that ride to let us all off. That's y'all's job. And we're going to get there. But all of the drama and all of the infighting between the siblings and the affairs and the relationships that have gone on. I mean, the affairs started in the mid-2000s. You got Angela Phillips back in the 90s, who may or may not remember if she had sexual intercourse with Gary. All of that insanity. That's their life. But it's not motive for murder. And that is what they have put and leaned so much of y'all's time into. Because they don't want you looking at this. They don't want you looking at what they didn't do to get to their burden. But let's go back to those phone calls the night before. Let's go back to the timeline. There's something that is absolutely bizarre to me. We did not find out until, I think it was last Friday, when Commander Harris testified. Gary Farris went to dinner, we think, by himself the night he was murdered. We don't know. We'll never know. He was at least alive until 9:30 something. When we see the dot moving, if the science is true. But sure enough, he went to dinner. They never thought to go get him. video of that. Let's go up there, interview somebody. Maybe he was with somebody at dinner. We'll never know. I'm not saying that breaks open the case, but I contend to you that huge glaring hole in the timeline right there, I'd say that's a doubt. Scott had been out at the lake all day. Golfing, laking. And there was a lot of testimony heard about that and the life and the dynamic that he had on the farm. He referred to the farm as his. He referred to the farm as his property, it was his possession. I mean, his sister even called it kind of comical. But you saw, and we'll get to go back through any of those you want to go back through and see the communications between Scott and his father. What really was happening was that Scott was a grown man who had every second. So whatever they're saying about Melody has to at least apply to Scott. He was completely controlled by his father financially. Bring me back that credit card. Where's my credit card? It better be in my wallet when I get back. Over and over and over. It's in the messages. You've seen it. You can go see it again. So that financial motive alone and that control, wanting something that's not his, I think that's a doubt.
Wow. Can y'all hear me okay? Throw me some thumbs up if you can hear
The
me.
timeline of the phone calls. You will have seen from Commander Harris something regarding activity in phone calls. But I think that you guys have enough common sense to know, and this is just some things we saw, that other days and other times you went back and extrapolated out over a year, sometime back in 2017, and we clearly saw that there was more activity the night before a baby shower in Nashville than would be alleged for Melody to have shot, killed, moved, and burned Gary Farris. This is no easy task. That's a doubt. All of the weapons that could have been used in this case, all of the bullets, the means, the ability, they started talking about those circles. They started zooming in on one person. And it's not Melody Farris. It's Scott Farris. He's sitting here today. All of it. But I think it starts to become clear why I'm doing this. Why am I dropping these bags? These bags are 40 pounds a piece. I've got a few more bags to go. But I want you to know that it starts to become very impossible add this up, that someone who weighs 120 pounds can move this. That is a doubt in its own right. But there was a person on the property who could. And that's Scott Farris. He's sitting there today.
I would hate to be that man sitting there right now. Very good demonstration, but horrible for him. What do y'all think? Oh, this is brilliant. Smart, brilliant closing. You guys, I know we're a little bit behind, so mods, one of them, keep an eye out for verdict, please.
I am 185 pounds. And that's all I have. I think it is the heaviest doubt of all, that they have provided you with no means, plan that this could have ever happened by Melanie. They have established there was tractors on the property and RTVs, but as my client, or as my partner very clearly laid out to you, I'm sorry. As my partner very clearly laid out to you, they didn't do their job. They've provided no way that she could have done this. They didn't check the boxes. They didn't fill any holes of doubt. The state of Georgia has put my client under grave suspicion. That is exactly what they have done. They have put on her grave suspicion, the most grave suspicion of all, and that is murder. But the doubt, I contend to you, absolutely exists. I'm sorry I had to do this demonstration, but they didn't. They didn't show you what 300 pounds truly feels like. I'm not saying I'm the strongest person in the world, but that is as heavy as a thing as a person can move. And I'm almost a 200-pound man. No explanation has been given. And I keep bringing this back because the grave suspicion that they put on her, these affairs, calling Rusty, all of these things. And I want to note about Rusty as well. Let's note a few things. And I know you've listened to it and you saw it. Pope He threatened to arrest him. He threatened his own
Thank you, Bull Butter.
against him, the death penalty. Bugged my client for over a year. No confessions. Her own daughter has lived with her for years and years and years. No confessions. Now, I want you to know this too, and it's a charge that the judge will give you. My client does not have to testify. She didn't. She chose not to testify. And we talked about this in jury selection, that you wouldn't hold it against her, but the law is clear. The defendant in a criminal case may take the stand and testify and be examined and cross-examined as any other witness. However, the defendant does not have to present any evidence nor testify. If the defendant chooses not to testify, you may not consider that in any way in making your decision. Because again, the burden never shifts to us in the defense. I feel like there's been so much time that we felt like we're trying. I'm trying to get you to see the side of the story that was never investigated. I feel like we've been able to do that, but we didn't have to do that. This decision in this case is everything for Melody. Melody has had to live under this grave suspicion for 6 years. But now is the time. 12 fair and impartial jurors, a jury of her peers, can finally give us answers. I'm not saying that you guys can ever answer what happened that night. The greatest questions, I do believe, they really do go unanswered. And in this case, it may be some of you as it was me that day. Very frustrating. You want to figure out what happened. But it's okay to know that you can't. And I contend to you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that because you can't explain what happened that night, they have not proven this case beyond a reasonable doubt. And I ask you to please hold to your oath and find my client, Melody Walker Farris, not guilty. Thank you for your time.
All right, we're gonna break for about 30 minutes. We may go, I haven't gotten word that food is here yet, but I directed them to have it here at 12:15. And so I may be closest to being on time that I have been for the last 4 weeks. So anyway, when food gets here, we're going to give you all a break. I'd like to be up and running in 30 minutes. If y'all still need some more time, y'all just let the bailiffs know, but we'll be up and running at least by 1 o'clock. All right, everyone can be excused. We're going to close the courtroom for the recess so the deputies can have a break.
Okay, guys.
We'll open back up until, and then we'll see if the jury's ready.
I have to say, that phone call where she does talk about how, well, he shouldn't have been that burned was a game changer for me. See you soon. Thank you, Groovy Cheryl, for hopping in and becoming a fabulous member. We greatly appreciate all of our members and all of you for watching. As you know, I am on the road again, just like we are on the road again. On my way to go see my daughter. This was not a planned day. They changed the plan. So anyway, can y'all hear me okay? I know it's going to be different because I got the AC going. Let me see if I can turn it down a little. There we go. Out of all of the evidence, what makes me believe she was at least a part of the situation was that phone call. You know, I don't know I know a lot of people are all over Scott like crazy because he lived on the property, but sorry, if I've known men who have ranches, their sons come back home and they work the ranch, and instead of paying cash, daddy pays the bills. I mean, that's not unusual. So a lot of people have been going on and on about that. That's not unusual. And for him saying, I need the card now, and they're sharing it back and forth, and you know what? That doesn't bother me as much. I have 2 children. They are young adults, and I have given them a card, and they keep it in their wallet, and I needed it, and they had it, and I needed it immediately. And I said, I need it right now. Chop, chop. So for me, that's not the biggest issue. I know this angle makes me look like I'm 400 pounds. I'm sorry, y'all. It's up the nose. I can't change that. This doesn't have the high mounts. This is my friend's car. So, oh God, Starbucks. I would kill for a Starbucks. There is one at my daughter's campus. My campus, because I go there too, but I go there via online. So I'm going to my college too. Yeah, my daughter and I are in college together. But I'm going to go get me a Starbucks. I have my tumbler. I love this one. It looks like a sweater. Love it. I'm a Starbucks tumbler-aholic, I will confess. And, I will say some of you fabulous folks have sent me tumblers. And I thank you again for my tumblers. I love them. Now, the ones I give away are not the ones that have been sent to me. I actually keep those tumblers. They're in my office, and I use them a lot. But I can't quit yawning. All I've had today is coffee. I haven't had anything to eat yet. And the kids fighting over things is not unusual. But what gets me is that phone call. Now, I'm not saying Scott unalived him, but I know that what about Chris? I mean, Chris has kind of flown under the radar a little bit. Scott may have he came back from Afghanistan. So let's talk about that for a minute. People are up in arms over the way he acted when that guy came onto the property that his mom was helping throw a party. You know what? When you have post-traumatic stress and you see a stranger on your property, you're going to, and he's a military ex, he may get a little defensive. I'm not surprised by that. As someone who has extreme post-traumatic stress disorder for the last 25 years, 30 years, much better under control now, but it's still there. I've gone off on people like that when they've been in a place that they should not have been, and I didn't know they were going to be on my property, and I didn't know, you don't just show up on my property, and and I was upset at my child because they didn't tell me they were going to be there. For an example, my child was going to have somebody over to the house, and they didn't tell me, and I walk into my house and there's a stranger in my home. I'm going to be pretty defensive. Yeah, I've acted that way too when I was taking care of my mom and dad. Yeah, exactly. So that doesn't surprise me. That is his property. He's living on that property. He's taking care of that property. He may behave like it is his mother and father's property. I have a friend who lives on the property as his parents. He's my age. His parents are not in the best of health, and so he has a home on that property. He put a little tiny home on it. He maintains the property just like this situation, but he does work and have another source of income. However, the point is, he calls it his property because he lives there. It's just, this is my home. It's not so much I own it, but this is my home. I take care of my home. And what are you doing here is my point. Yeah, it's all of their property. And if you don't live there and it's not your place, what are you doing there? So none of that behavior shocked me. But what I think may have happened, and it's my own What a time to get the awnings. It is, in my own humble opinion, is that maybe, just maybe, mom and dad got in an argument. Mom had gun, or maybe dad had it, and they got in a scuffle. They got in a fight over, I don't know, it went off. He fell down, uh, maybe fell in the burn pile, next to the burn pile, and Scott and Mama, he passed away, and they panicked. I mean, that, if anything, that's what I see happening here. Now, I could be very wrong. I could be like 100% wrong. I'm just saying there are more scenarios than what we've talked about. So at this point, we're just going to wait we're going to do a verdict watch, and we're going to wait and see the jury comes back. But as for a lot of cases like this, we'll never know. Now, at first, from the angle of a picture I saw when trial started, the lead or bullet, at this point, for over 2 hours, the bullet that was shown next to the rib, the concave part of the rib, and the bullet was here on the outside, but when they showed another angle of it, I could see the soft tissue, and the backside of the bullet. So, but once again, I do have to say this: when you have soft tissue up against a piece of bone and it's being manipulated, it can move. So I don't know if someone twisted it. We don't know for the picture. We don't know if just turning it, if it was flopping around with that tissue, because a bullet weighs more. So depending on how you manipulated that rib, may show the bullet in a different direction. I do not want to see the rib online, but I think they should have brought that in. I don't know if the bullet is still, beautiful Goldstream. Woo, I love Goldstream trailers. I think especially this one, wow, beautiful. But anyway, I would want to have brought that into court. I would want to see if the intercostal muscles or the soft tissue was firmly adhered because they were burned, or were they loose and palatable. So I hate to say it, but if I was a juror on this case, I would want to see that particular piece of evidence. And I know it's gruesome. I wouldn't handle it, but I would want to see if that tissue was movable or non-movable. If it's movable, then I can't put any weight in that other than the bullet was inside his body. I just struggle with so much of the evidence. I believe that she knows something about it. I believe that the whole family is hiding a lot more secrets than what we've seen. What are y'all's thoughts? Talk to me. Because I'm driving. I can't pop things up. Oh, I hate it. Don't y'all hate it when you're driving and the speed limit here is 80? Yes, we have stretches of highway where the speed limit is 80. And they have these 65-mile-an-hour construction signs, right? And there's no cones, no construction, nothing. Nothing. But the speed limit's still 65. Please. I struggle with it. I really do. That irritates me. If there is no construction, no cones, nothing, it's all done. It's complete. I don't disagree with you on that, Ohio Palm Mama. I do not disagree. I agree. There are some jail calls that appear to be cover-up. I'm still about that. I think that the fight possibly between Melody and her estranged lover, now that they're not lovers anymore, Rusty, I think that the embarrassment at the wedding with mom dancing was not too far from that event. I think that mom and dad were having a fight. It got out of control. Don't know any more than that. But I believe that there was an argument. I don't think this was just walk up and bang bang. Yeah, in Texas, there are some sections. If you know where San Antonio is, go on I-10 headed towards California. About an hour and a half away from San Antonio, the highway turns to 80 miles an hour. And I have to tell you, when I traveled to Tennessee, our average highway speed is 70, 75. And when I went to Tennessee and got out of the state of Texas, it was 60, 65, barely any 70. I felt like I was crawling. It was so hard. I had to set the cruise control. And the highways were rough and not as well kept in some areas that I was surprised about. Our highways are pretty well kept up in this neck of the woods. With all the noise in the background when Rusty was calling her, he never once said, speak up louder or what that was again. It makes me think he's hearing perfect. No, actually, Silly Pick, thank you for joining. Silly Pick, I am totally deaf without my hearing aids. Absolutely deaf. And my hearing aids Bluetooth to my phone. So if you call me on my phone, that's the best way I can hear you. If you're in front of me speaking, I really can't hear you because the amplification through the phone with the amplification through the hearing aids, I can hear better. Not perfect, but better. And when my ex was in jail, prison, I, thank you, I heard better on the phone than when I was sitting across from him or next to him in a visitation. So technology has come so far with hearing aids that sometimes, like when we're live and I'm sitting in the studio, my sound is going from the computer amplified 100%. Then my sound goes through a soundboard amplified 100%. Then it goes Bluetooth into my hearing aids 100%. If you had my hearing aid within about 6 Okay, I'm back, y'all. Yes, I cannot believe I'm having one of those days. My my phone died. I'm like, what the hell? So as soon as I get myself back on the highway and running straight again, I will well, I can do it now. What am I talking about? Let me get the phone set up again. I apologize. So frustrating. Okay, but we're alive, we're fine, everybody's good. All right, let's get back on the road. I had to get out I had to go buy a charger. Y'all, I know you're going to see me spinning a little bit. My apologies. My apologies. If you get car sick, don't watch. Just saying. If you get car sick, don't watch because it's going to get a little dizzy. I'm going to turn the camera off and just talk. Okay. So, as I was saying before I was rudely interrupted by a dead battery, we were talking about uh, the evidence and my theory. But in the end, the worst of all things is that this gentleman has lost his life. He's got a family outside of his marriage that are grieving him. He's got children that are definitely grieving him. And it's just one of those things that there is a no-win situation, as with all murder cases. And once again, our hearts go out to the families, and we got to remember and respect the situation. Call is 65. What do you mean by that? Oh, California 65. Yeah, we were talking about the speed. I'm in a place right now that is average, normally 85. And unfortunately, let me get me back on here. Unfortunately, they have this construction speed up, but there is, here, let me show you. There is, oh, I don't think I can turn my camera around. I can do it this way. There is no construction in front of me, and that is frustrating as Hades. I'll be honest with you. So the court was supposed to be back, what, at 1 o'clock? And they're not back yet. So I got to get this situated because it's pushing on the volume button, and I can't have that. There we go. So can y'all hear me okay? Is everybody fine? It is one of them days, y'all. It's one of those days that you really just go, seriously? Seriously. With y'all that my daughter and I are going to college together. She is getting a degree. I'm trying to get my hearing aid to hub up, and it won't. She is getting a degree in counseling. I am getting a degree in criminal justice. Yeah. And once again, okay, I am connected. Now here comes the construction, y'all. After 10 miles of no construction, we finally have construction. After 10 miles of no construction, we finally got into it. I'm like, dude, there's no need for us to go that slow for that long. Or is this an accident? Oh, I don't know what that was. There's two oil trucks sitting next to each other. Yep. So anyway, it is what it is. I'm trying to be patient. I miss my daughter. We have become very good friends now. Now that we were friends before, but you know how it is. Senior year of high school, life gets crazy. But I'm really happy with the way my daughter is growing up and how wonderful she is, and I just look forward to this time together. And usually the only time I get 100% of her attention, because she's got friends and family at home, is when I get to go up and see her. And because the judge had said Monday that they were going to take Wednesday off, I had made the arrangements to go to her college. I don't want to give the town because I don't, it's for safety. Yeah, everything's messing up. But we do have a weird, not horrible, but a strange weather pattern come through north, well, from Canada all the way down to Texas. Now, it is barely missing us, and I was really hoping we'd get a lot of the rain. We have some land that is very dry and cracking. I have a crack about 1 foot wide and about 3 feet deep in the side of my yard. We desperately need rain, although this was the wettest summer we've ever had, and everything stayed green until about 3 weeks ago. Now everything's all brown. Yeah, it is to be estranged from a child. It really is. I've been estranged from my twin since 2000. Well, really since I left home at the age of 18, 17. We would talk off and on, but the last time I actually spoke to my brother was in 2004, and it was a bad situation on his end. My father passed away a couple of years ago. I did see him at the funeral, but there was no conversation. And I'm okay with that. I'd rather have no relationship and be happy and healthy myself than to have a bad relationship and be under a lot of stress. I still love him. I wish him well. I do kind of monitor him in a little bit. And what I mean by that is I ask periodically my mom or somebody, how's my brother doing? That kind of thing. But unfortunately, life and things happen. And there's nothing that we can do about it. People make their own choices. Oh, Cheryl. Oh, okay. I need to get a hold of her later. By the way, those of you who have asked about my sister, Tracy, I want to do a fundraiser because if anybody knows, she is going through stage 4 terminal cancer, and she looks fabulous, but it's not doing well. It amazes me how good she looks. She's lost a lot of weight, though. And I want to do a fundraiser, and I need to plan that. By the way, let's talk about tomorrow. So we'll be hearing more about that. Tomorrow, I want to do a Halloween live. Now, I will go live at some point during the day, especially if we're still in Verdict Watch. We will be live. But tomorrow, late afternoon, early evening, I'm going to go live. I don't know. I just may do a fun makeup look. And us have some kind of a Halloween celebration. Maybe pull up a bunch of Halloween YouTube videos, see what we can watch, and just have a good time. There's a lot of people who don't have children, and Halloween is just another day. But I would love for us to have a Halloween live. And during that live, I'll be doing some giveaways. But the biggest thing is the Starbucks tumbler. So if you're not a subscriber already yet, subscribe. And then, do I need to get gas? I'll wait. And then you're going to have some, let me turn off the camera because I don't want to get sick. We are going to, if you are a subscriber, you get 1 entry. If you become a member, you get 10 more. Maximum of 11 entries. Right now, we've got a decent amount of entries. I'm so blessed. But we will be having some fun tomorrow night. Well, what I mean dress up, I'm just doing some fun makeup. I have I have done my makeup to where it looks like I have a mask coming on my face, but it's my face coming off. I'll have to do it for y'all tomorrow. Maybe I'll do it live. I can always set it up and do it live. That would be cool. That would be freaking amazing to do a live. with you guys. I don't even know what the speed is here, y'all, but I got a state trooper right next to me. I don't even know what the speed is. I'm just going to keep going his speed. I have no idea what his speed is. I haven't seen a speed limit sign yet. And he's turning off. Woo. Thank you, Lord Jesus. I think the speed is 70 up ahead, but I don't know what it is here. Who knows? Oh, you have class from 7 till 9. Well, we may be on earlier and later, so hop on in whenever you can. Oh, I'm fine. Everything's mounted. I am hands-free. I'm just in somebody else's vehicle, and it is, see, like right now the speed limit's 75 on this road. I am hands-free, and it feels different in somebody's vehicle. You know what I mean? I do have to get work done because I do have to go out of town tomorrow. Friday, I'll be out of town all day with my mom. Friday will be an off day. I need some time for me, and then we'll come back strong Monday and hit the courts Monday. Well, the thing is that if a cop is going slow enough that's under the speed limit, and you choose not to pass him, yeah, you're right. You go 15 miles under the speed limit, you can get a ticket. That is true. But at some point, probably when I get home tonight, tomorrow morning, I'm going to have to do some school work. I've got all my assignments due on Friday, and I haven't even touched them yet. I know. It's too bad. So, let me contact my son real quick. I'll have to close out my. No, you won't see me, and let him know just. I'll be right back. Okay, let's see if he did it. Yay. No, I am not closing the stream. I'm going to stop about that. I'll be right back. Sometimes we have to get text stuff. I love having a great son. He's so sweet and kind. He helps me. Are y'all hearing me okay? Am I hitting a black hole? My signal shows strong. Okay, we are back to current. Come on, keep scrolling. I'll be right back, y'all.
Do you have my credit card? So shows. No, disappear. about black. And that
My son is trying to get his current. Sorry.
she is
I apologize. Let me help him. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, he has set me as close as he can. Okay, guys, he has got it as close as he can. Wonderful. Yeah, I know you would still hear me. Didn't mute it.
All right, go ahead.
You guys, I appreciate all of you who are here. If I missed your name, please don't be offended. I am on the road. I can't watch
that
the
Malice
chats.
Farris is very good. And that is betraying everyone close to her. I went through testimony from children in this class. And Amanda. She tore our family apart. Mom became hostile, aggressive, demanding money. Even Amanda said, there was manipulation. I should have been more angry at her. Chris Farris, when he was asked, how do you feel about your mom doing this crime and your daughter is possibly watching? He didn't say, oh, I don't think she did anything. These are her children. But as you sit here, she is trying to blame them for this crime. Those are her kids. Let that sink in. She has thrown both her sons, a son-in-law, under the bus for this crime. The murder of her husband, who she betrayed the most. She didn't only take away their father, but she took away a grandfather. She took away a big part of Burn Foreman. But the only thing he was to her was in the way.
Yeah, I know. I apologize.
And the consequences of what she did, the first thing she does, serves up her kids on a silver platter, parades it all around the courtroom. But the evidence in this case doesn't point to a single one of them. This is Gary. He is not a pile of bags of fertilizer. He's a man. It's offensive to compare a man to bags of dirt. Now, the defense wants you to believe she's just the unluckiest woman ever. There was blood found in her home. There was a bullet found in her home. She was framed. It was planted. That's not reasonable. She just happened to also be having a long-standing affair with a man who's searching for wedding rings less than a week before Gary Farris is murdered. They want you to think that's a coincidence? Man, they're in for it, because there's a long list of coincidences if that's the game they're playing. If that's what they're trying to get at. Not only that, but she just so happened to be taking care of a woman who owned a .38 snub-nosed revolver in a leather holster that her son saw in the basement of her home. Another coincidence? No, ladies and gentlemen, that's called evidence. They want you to think there's an individual, innocent, reasonable explanation for all of the incriminating evidence against her. That it's a giant conspiracy. That the gunshot wounds didn't kill him? Use your common sense and reason. Now let's briefly talk about Scott, then we're going to get into the evidence that incriminates Melody Farris. When you think about Scott Farris, think about the manner in which he testified. Think about how he was corroborated, not only by the witnesses in this case, but the digital evidence. The digital evidence proves he was truthful about everything he did that week. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And he's corroborated by Martha Barton, because you know what? He didn't know that Martha Barton had a gun, a .38 snub-nosed revolver in a leather holster. And a huge piece of evidence, he knew Melody best. He knew his parents. He knew their dynamic. He knew that Melody never had a credit card. He knew that Melody was angry. He was there when she slammed that plate down and said, God, I can't wait till the day he's dead. He saw that. The day before his father was murdered. He knew that Melody despised Gary. And he would get caught in the middle. He just wanted to bury his head in the sand and be like, let me do my work, keep me out of the marriage problems. But the second he knew his father was in that burn pile, they want to get on him for taking charge. You know what you learn in the military? To take charge. To take action. That's all he knew. That was ingrained in his mind. We need to call 911. We need to get the girls out of here so they're not traumatized for the rest of their lives. And we need to get to the bottom of this and get to the truth.
That is a good observation, and that is so true.
Let's talk about lack of motive for Scott. He was completely relied. He completely relied on his father for everything. His livelihood, the place he lived, the money. Why would he take that away? He would have nothing left. Melody would kick him out immediately. He also knew, forgot to mention, Melody disappeared every week to go see Rusty. He knew that. one of her motives. And he didn't have access to a .38 revolver or own one. Think about this. Scott committed this crime. There's no way she wouldn't know about it. She was home the whole time. Law enforcement didn't blue star the barn because nobody saw blood in the barn. They blue starred where there was physical blood. No blood found in the barn. They didn't have to. The bullet was in the house. Gary was on the burn pile.
This is what happens when you leave a plate. Forget to take it upstairs. A minor temper tantrum. Of course, I had supper tonight and it was 6 for me, so I'm sure I'll be feeling poorly here within minutes. But we'll see.
There was testimony about
Correct, Groovy Cheryl. So correct.
Melanie poisoning him. We didn't admit that or get that in evidence because we think he was poisoned. That shows his state of mind. That shows he knew Melanie would kill him if it came down to it. She's the only one that would have. And he knew she wanted him dead. She's clearly poisoning me. Supper was fixed for me. I'm probably going to feel bad. And that was after her slamming that plate down on the ground in frustration because he left a dirty plate in the theater or his bedroom or wherever. It's not normal behavior.
I know a woman to do a whole lot worse.
Corroborated, Scott.
Look at Sarah Boone.
So this might be because I'm a millennial, but I always read that first line as, do you have my credit card? Because my phone always fixes due to so, and it just irritates me. But read it however you wish. Gary to Scott, do you have my credit card? So you have my credit card. Choose one. Yes. Hang on to it as if your life depended on it. Is that what you tell someone who you want to cut off? No. That's what you tell someone you trust to keep the credit card away from her. He relied on Scott. Probably a little too much for this dynamic for him, between him and Melody. Probably shouldn't have gotten Scott involved, but here he is. He lives on the property. It's natural. He says, okay, and then he says, she makes me go shopping with her because she keeps saying the other card is turned off, her debit card. The girlfriend of her boyfriend, Rusty Barton, sent me several disturbing emails last night. This is in October of 2017. She is spending dime of my money. Either she is spending every dime of my money or she won't spend every, I don't know. Something about spending his money. Things will change dramatically. You need to pursue a job soon. He's not telling Scott to pursue a job because he wants him off the property. He's telling Scott to pursue a job because something's about to go down. He's about to leave her. He's had it. But this was almost a year before his death. Melody wanted everyone to believe after Gary was murdered that Scott was some big, scary dude that everyone should be afraid of because he's got PTSD or whatever, and he's just a big guy, so you should fear him. She even had Amanda and Chad change locks on that house. But if you go through these text messages, which is S. Ferris 5, State's Exhibit, all their text messages post-offense when they were living on the property together. You know what she did? She relied on Scott. She left him keys under the rug to get into the house. but then turned around and told people he stole stuff out of the house. That's not two-faced. That's not malicious. I don't know what is. That's your own son. You don't leave a key under a rug for someone you think wants to kill you or frame you, or someone you think killed your husband. Oh, keys on the rug. Come on in. One more thing about Scott. Mr. Fogus mentioned the oath we take as prosecutors. It is our duty to uphold the law without fear, favor, or affection. There is no evidence that points to Scott in this case. You don't think if there was evidence Scott did something in this case that he wouldn't be sitting at that table with Melody? Sure, make our job easier. I'm not going to indict someone where there's no evidence he committed a crime. Let's talk about a little about the Farris family history. In the beginning of this trial, y'all probably were wondering why we walk through every child's history and experience growing up in all these different houses and states, and what their dad was like when they were younger, what their mom was like when they were younger. Then you realized how far back and how deep this goes. This is not a simple family. This is not a simple case.
I loved it when they called it a Ferris wheel.
But in order to fully understand the dynamics of this family, you had to hear all of that history. You know that this is from Emily's wedding. I want to talk about a little bit of build-up to the day of July 3rd, 2018. You've got Ted Wiley, that affair, about 8 years before Gary's death. That changed the dynamic of Gary and Melody's relationship greatly. He totally took her off the finances. He was like, you want to take out all of the money I had set aside for taxes? Great, I'm going to take you off all the accounts. You want to come back and try to work this out? Come home, leave Ted, who, by the way, was dating Gary's sister for like 20 years before she decided to hook up with him. 2010, he dismissed the divorce that he filed. Martha Jane had her surgery in 2014. Okay, the kid said that things seemed fine between 2010 and 2014. Seemed fine. Martha Jane had her surgery, and that's when the affair begins with Rusty Barton. Emily's wedding was 2 years later. She flaunted that relationship in front of people that night. She didn't care. She had no conservative spirit about that whatsoever. And Gary had to pretend like it didn't bother him that night because his daughter was getting married. It was supposed to be the best night of her life, but you know who couldn't help but make it about her? Melody Farris. Chris testified that Gary was so upset, he said, that's the last time Melody's going to embarrass me. Then you have in 2016, Martha tells Melody about the location of her revolver. You also have in 2016, Melody telling Gary, I hope you die alone and a gruesome death. And remember, Terry Braswell, this was Terry Braswell's phone, and he had her burner phone number. This was a phone she thought nobody would ever see the inside of. She's not saying that type of stuff on her 9029 number. And then Terry says, he's gonna push you over the edge. And she says, I know, and that scares me. I told him finally to go where could not even see or hear him. It would be in his best interest. She knew she had no self-control. She hated him that much. September 2017, she gallivants out to Jamaica with Rusty. Meanwhile, she sends her debit card through the mail to Sherry Cooper to run it in Minnesota because she told everybody she was in Minnesota. Poor Sherry, she had some guilt about that. She's like, I don't know why I did that. That was stupid. Don't forget, Melody betrays every person and uses every person close to her for her own benefit. She even, you saw, and I've already mentioned this, you saw Amanda's reaction to those text messages. Oof. She did not like being used like that. Gary receives an email from Christina Grant. Just FYI, your wife and Rusty Barton have been lovers for 3 years. I'll give it. Miss Grant's email, sorry. I'll give it to her. She's the only one who's bringing this to light. Everyone else sweeping it under the rug. Christina's like, nah, y'all ain't gonna get away with this. That's when Gary texts Scott about the credit card. Hang on to it as if your life depended on it. March 2018, Gary sends Melody this text message. Your profligate spending must stop. He says in the middle there, between you, Chris, and Scott, I can't keep up. You treat me like I don't exist, which is offensive, typo, my typo, given how you repeatedly betray me. Gary's in the hospital in April of 2018. Meanwhile, she's telling Rusty Barton he has like esophageal cancer and he's spitting up blood and he's on his deathbed. Even Chris said she made it sound like he was bad. And then he shows up to the hospital and Gary's like, what's that look on your face for? He's like, I thought you were like real bad. And he was fine. He walked out of the hospital, went back to his Mountain Dew. That's when he tells Chris, I think Molly's poisoning me. Again, that goes to his state of mind. This was all amping up. He knew something was off. June was a big month, 2018. June 6th, DirecTV comes to the house, and yes, please look at those chats, because Gary says, hey, come to the house real quick. I need to show you the issue so you know what issues when they get here. That's when DirecTV comes, that's when Scott sees that as well. Again, this corroborates Scott. He could have said, I don't know where I saw that gun. I don't know. He knew when he saw it. He was like, actually, I was looking for a remote, which makes perfect sense. He's looking in drawers for the remote to figure out the TV, for the TV guy. That's completely reasonable and natural. He's opening drawers and he's like, oh, that's weird. A gun that looks just like the one Martha Barton described. June 25th. Rusty searches in his phone plain gold wedding band. You'll see text messages from Melody and him. Plain gold wedding band, that was their thing. And then Gary's birthday, Jenna sees a revolver. Jenna has no dog in this fight. Her and Chris aren't even together anymore. They don't talk. She has no dog in this fight. She didn't want to be here talking about this. No motive to lie. Then on June 28th, Melody learns about the beach trip, which is supposed to be that Saturday. That's also not a coincidence. Then the text messages. To Emily and Amanda. These are two separate messages that she sent to two separate people expressing how angry she was that Gary got a condo for Chris and Jenna. Not a reasonable reaction. She was over it. I'm taking measures to stop this insanity. No one thought these would be the measures. But here we are.
That's a good point.
Gary's murder. Again, not another coincidence. Let's talk about her motive. That first text message, I was shocked when Sherry told me you had a boyfriend, but don't blame me. From Terry Braswell to Melody. Plain gold wedding band. That's when he searches on his phone. Rusty does. This note, Crown XO, March 31st, 2014. She made a note in her phone about Rusty's favorite drink. So we know that corroborates the timeline of their relationship. And then these messages on the side here from August 4th and 5th, that's between her and Rusty. That's a month after her husband was found murdered and burned on a burn pit on her own property, who she claims that her son killed. Meanwhile, she's over here. Forever, we need us. I need you. All. You don't get more motive than that. Except she had more. All right. This is all the money she would get if Gary died accidentally. Add all those up. Okay, $4.15 million. Now, the defense wants you to believe she didn't know about it. You know what you do know? You know that she goes in his phone when he's not around. You know that she cleans that house. You know she's not stupid. She knew about his profit sharing. She called the office and asked about it. She knows where that money goes. She, again, consider the source. She is going around pretending like she's asking Emily, what am I going to do? What am I going to do if something happens to your dad? They're the ones that stood up here that said his money is her money. We all know that's true when you're married. It's either going to go to her or the kids. Probably all four. Naturally, without a will, that house was hers. You cannot tell me she thought she was going to be broke. It's ridiculous. Afterwards, it was always about money, money, money. Melody was demanding money. She was trying to get as much money as possible. She didn't think that when he was found dead, all the finances would be frozen. She didn't think they found a bullet in his rib either. I was terrified I would be broke. Man, your husband's a millionaire. And here we have it, the condo. This is Hayes 55. Did you talk to Chris about his beach trip? What beach trip? He wants to take the girls down there the weekend after the 4th. Let him take them. I haven't gotten past him standing on my porch telling me he was going to beat me unrecognizable, and then only time he wanted to see me again was when they put me in a box on the ground. Or that he continues to take money every month, of which you do nothing about. She's blaming Gary for that. There is something terribly wrong with not being able to take a beach trip with the grandkids without so much drama. I guess such a trip is not exciting enough for someone like you. Man, he knew his wife, didn't he? July 2nd. I got Gary's phone. He booked and paid for the condo for Chris and Jenna. I'm beyond furious. Amanda, oh, big surprise, right? Always there in her mom's corner. I had to put times on this one because this is ridiculous. Melody, did you book a condo for Chris and Jenna? Trying to like trap him? It's your husband. Be like, hey, I got your phone, so you booked this condo. You don't want to talk to me about that? Actually, he did talk to you about it. He invited you on a trip. You said no. I booked one for me and the girls as well. That's how manipulative and conniving she was. And you remember, in Lindsay Harris's presentation, you saw the group chat among Amanda, Gary, and Melody about she was making a photography appointment, Amanda. She invited both her parents, and Gary said, I'm going to the beach. Melody chats her on the side. This is your time to ask him. Thanks for the invite. Manipulation, conniving, deceit. That's what she's about. Again, these text messages. The top one is a little bright. Melody to Emily. I have had it. I'm taking measures to stop this insanity. This was July 2nd. That's her message to Amanda Farris. This is the last straw with him. All right. I want to get into the timeline of events. These phone calls, these are all the phone calls that she had with Rusty on the 3rd in the evening. I didn't go before that. We know Chris and Addison stopped by the house in the evening. We know Gary went out to eat and came home around 9:30. And don't forget, John Lambert heard gunshots between 9 and 10 p.m. that night. They talked for an hour and 14 minutes at 11:45 p.m. But they talked for 5 minutes at 11:28. The call in between that is the one to Scott, 11:34, when Scott calls when he gets back home. Because, you know, she has to tell Scott to come home. She calls him and she's like, what time are you going to be home? The horses got out. And I want you to think about this. In her statements to Detective Hayes and Detective Kuykendall, she talks about these horses getting out. I think it starts like before dinner. And then it starts with like one horse, right? And then for some reason, she's still chasing horses 3 hours later, but then it goes to two horses. And then she's like, oh, but then the third one got out after that. Inconsistent. You weren't chasing horses. You were murdering your husband. She had to call Scott because she didn't know what time he'd be home. She had to call Scott to see what time he'd be home. Because then, when she says, well, the horses got out, and he's like, okay, I'm coming home. She's like, well, I got them put up. Okay, then why are you calling? It doesn't make sense. The horses are a cover-up. When she calls Scott, Scott's all the way up there at the lake. She calls him at 10:52. What time are you gonna be home? All those calls with Rusty in between. I want to talk about this notification. At 12:24 a.m., the morning of the 4th, so the night of the 3rd, the night Gary is killed, she uses her debit card to purchase minutes on Straight Talk. Y'all heard a lot of testimony. 1, about how she doesn't have a credit card. 2, about how Gary would get financial alerts for all of her purchases. Lindsay testified, Ms. Harris, testified. This was the only alert that popped up in his email, in his phone, for Straight Talk. That's not a coincidence. She knew Gary was dead. So using her debit card to blast that she has a Straight Talk phone, not a problem.
She said, Gary is in the bar pile. No, she said, he is in the bar pile. And I said, what? And she said, he's in the bar pile. And I said, do not say another word and do not tell me anything. I do not need to know.
That's what that 220 call was about. Now, again, believe what you want about Rusty. We all know he knew more than he came in here and told you. We all know that. We're not stupid. They talked for an hour and 35 minutes at 11 whatever, and then another 35 minutes at 2:20 a.m. But that's all he was willing to give. But that's enough. And you know that that's how it happened because he gave you the context and he told you when that call happened. Mr. Ray talked about Detective Botsong using this open source document or program for the CPAP machine. All right, the date is the 3rd. It ends at 7:48 a.m. That's the last data for that CPAP machine for Gary Farris going to sleep. Now, you got the raw records too. Look at that. Oh, 7:48 a.m. It's the same. the data, the raw data, shows he never, ever went to sleep the night of the 3rd. Now, I want to talk about this map. All right. Got a little bit. All right, see where that dot is? And that's Gary's phone. The morning of the 4th at 6:37 a.m. till 7:21 a.m. Right there at that burn pile. We know Gary's dead. And we know it goes from the house to the burn pile. You'll have that with you in the jury room. And then it goes back to the house. $7:58, $8:21, $9:05, back of the house. She's on the phone with Rusty all morning. And you know Scott's location during this time, it's in here. He left for the lake. He was 20 minutes away. The only one home was Melody. That phone was either on Melody or on Gary's dead body. But you know who wasn't there? Scott. And Melody was by herself. You know Rusty wasn't there because she's on the phone with him the whole time. Well, and you heard testimony that he was actually in Tennessee, but also. We know what time she left for the lake. She left 12:47 p.m. She puts that location Amanda sends her into her maps and heads out to the lake. Now, the thing about Dr. Pope's testimony in that 24-hour window, she said that that was dependent upon the fuel. And you heard testimony that that burn pile was huge. You know what she did? She lit that burn pile and she left. The 3 calls with Rusty Barton the evening of the 3rd and the morning of the 4th total more than the other 15 calls that they've ever had between those hours. Again, that's not a coincidence. She was freaking out because she just killed her husband and had to figure out what to do with him. You know who she turned to? Rusty. What do I do? Yeah, I'm going to talk about her activity. The 3rd, the 7th, September 7th, 2017, September 30th, 2017, and the 3rd, July 3rd, 2018. Those are the 3 dates she had the most activity between. This is a 1 hour period, 1 hour from 11 p.m. to midnight, okay? Now, we talked about Jamaica, the one on the 7th, that was probably a data dump, okay? All right, fine, let's get rid of it. 2. The 2 most active nights she has ever had in a year are gallivanting about Broadway when she's out in Nashville with Chad and Amanda, and the night she murdered her husband. That tracks. That makes sense. That's reasonable. This is also not a coincidence. I want to talk about the money We know Melody didn't have a credit card. The only card she had was a debit card. And that card is the one that ended in 0078. The one Scott used at that ATM that morning that he got from the house and brought back. Okay, there's that ATM withdrawal. That's the one he brought back to his mom. Even Melody says about Scott, and he has a credit card. I don't even have that. We know that. That 0078 card is her only card. Until law enforcement empties her wallet. That card on the right, ending in 1727. That's the card Gary got mailed to his office less than a month before his murder. That was a new credit card. That's his office address and that Bank of America activity alert. And that's her transaction at Walmart the morning of July 5th, before Gary's remains were discovered. Oh yeah, by the way, the trip to Walmart that she doesn't mention to police ever, that she says she's literally interviewed on the 5th and on the 6th, leaves it out, says she's just, I don't know, cleaning up after the girls, lays in bed. Why don't you talk about this trip to Walmart? Look, she even activated a phone card. What was so important you had to run out to Walmart that morning? Could it be to restock on cleaning supplies? Is that why you didn't want law enforcement to know you went to Walmart? Or because you spent $450 on a credit card that you didn't have until you took it out of your dead husband's wallet? Both. She needed to wash those towels. She needed to Clorox that floor. She bought a lot of soap, a lot of bleach. And we know it was her because she bought wine and showed her ID. Let's talk about the truth of July 5th, 2018. Melody is actually the one who pointed out Gary's remains to Scott. And yet she's letting everybody galvanize around saying, Scott found him, Scott found him. That's not true. And she knows it. She's the one who told police also that corroborated Scott. I said, hey, did you put a goat in the fire? That was her pointing out the remains to Scott. Because if you don't have a body, you don't get the money. She knew he had to be found. Melody actually knew the night before that the girls couldn't find him. Addison said that. She wasn't concerned. And yet she pretends like the morning of the fish, she didn't know he was missing. Melody only started looking when Amanda got there. She was sitting on the stoop, just like, hey, yeah, they can't find Gary. Okay, well, how long have you known about this? Actually, since last night. Well, that would be the wrong answer. That would make her suspicious. And when Amanda described the events on the 5th, boy, were those vastly different from everybody else's. Thing about it, and what got me was she was like, nobody asked me. Weren't you told not to talk to the police? You were the one who didn't want to tell what happened. So then you live with your mom for 2 years and decide to tell what happened, and by then, you've been completely tainted. Heidi went to go look for the CPAP and the gun that he used for duck hunting to see if maybe he's out duck hunting. All those comments about a missing gun, that's not true. He didn't mention that till after he went in the basement, thought to look for that 38, saw it was gone. Then he came up and was like, oh, yeah, by the way, this 38's missing. He didn't mention a missing gun before that. Think about the source of all that information. That's Melanie being vindictive and planting thoughts in her daughter's head. On the 5th, when you go back and you hear Melody's statements, on the 5th, man, she tried everything. Scott's health issues, suicide, Chris steals money. Here's the thing. Here's how it went down, okay? I have a picture of an octopus up there. Do you know what an octopus does when it feels threatened? It squirts ink in the water to escape. The closer she felt like she was getting into trouble, the more she felt threatened. She starts spewing all this ink about her kids. She even talks about Chris Payne. He wasn't even in the state. I mean, she does not care who she throws under the bus to save herself. It is actually insane. And it's such a reach. Scott likes to shoot guns. Okay. Chris takes money. Okay, well, he was in Buckhead, so this is going nowhere. And then the suicide. It's funny because she says, no, he wasn't suicidal. And then when she feels threatened, she's like, oh, well, yeah, no, he used to be suicidal before we got married. Once she realized that the jig was up, ooh, she was frantic. The only person she didn't throw under the bus was Amanda. Because she'll need one child to support her. She just needs one. It's all about what she wants, what she needs. It's not about anyone else. She prided herself on her house and her things. She liked her things. She wanted to keep her house immaculate. She talked about that. She decorated it to a T. Not my style, but to each their own. And yet, it was pretty dirty on the 5th. Let's talk about the blood. Don't forget that Deputy Riley walked in that house and there was a candle burning by the basement door. Not a place for a candle to burn. And it smelled like bleach. We've got Gary's blood right there on that basement floor. The defense wants you to believe these are all different sources of different things. That's not reasonable. We've got a blood trail. And it goes from the top of those basement stairs, where that attempted cleanup is, down the stairs, into the basement. See that big bottom splotch? That's those stains right there on the left. That's blood. Those evidence markers that were Gary's blood, right along this trail. That's in the basement, in front of the bar. It is not reasonable to think that there is a legal justification for all of that. That's not reasonable. What's reasonable is that's a crime scene. Because we have a man who was shot twice at least, burning in the burn pile behind this house. To think otherwise is to seek doubt. And that is not your duty. Needs an opportunity. They had a lot of stuff. They had a lot of farm equipment. You know who's farm girl? Melody Farris. And she's, you know what? She gets it done. She's determined. She's self-sufficient. And you know what really motivates someone? Getting caught for murder. It wouldn't have been easy for anyone to move that body. Not Scott by himself, not Chris by himself. Anyone would have needed something. And you know what? It's okay if you all think different ways in which she moved his body. One of you could think she used the tractor. One of you could think she used the RTV. One of you could think she literally just got down and rolled him there. It was all downhill, you saw. One of you could think she tied him up like a deer to the back of the RTV and dragged him over there. But he ended up on that burn pile. And a ferry didn't put him there. A murder ferry didn't put him there. No one else. There is no evidence anyone else was on that property. And to think differently is to seek doubt. She was in good shape, people. She had no choice but to move him, or she would have been caught literally red-handed. She's not stupid. That's why we're here today. Now we're going to talk about guns. Scott doesn't have a pistol. We introduced that. She is a self-proclaimed not a bad shot. She told that to Terry. That means she's shot guns before. And remember, she's a farm girl. And a 38 revolver, pretty easy to shoot. Martha Jane. Ooh, they're mad about Martha Jane. She is, as Mr. Fogus said, God-fearing. She needed to be right with God. She's not going to lie to you. She noticed that gun was missing after Gary's murder. And it's reasonable for her to think that we can put a gun in her hand for this murder. It's reasonable for her to think that. But it wasn't until she realized we didn't have a murder weapon, and she was like, oh, they need my help. I gotta say something. And it was in a leather holster. You know who got his credibility to? Scott. We know he was shot at least 2 times. These were shot from the same gun. And no, they're not consistent with the 38 bullets found in Scott's apartment. They're just not. And they're not consistent with a .357 or whatever other gun they think may be involved. No, it's consistent with 38 special revolvers. Not .357. I'm going to talk about Melody's lies. She was interviewed by Sergeant Hayes and Sergeant Kuykendall. And when she was told that her husband of almost 39 years was shot, do you remember what her question was? Do you know what kind of bullet? That would not have even crossed my mind to ask. No suspicion. What do you mean he was shot? What? I thought he just, what do you mean? He had health issues. She's not worthy of belief. She lied to them about Ted Wiley. She lied to them about her phone. She lied to them about Rusty Barton, her XO tattoo, going to Jamaica with Rusty, Gary going out to eat on the 3rd. She never mentioned that. Because you know what? She was waiting inside that house with her gun, ready to confront him. She lied about going to Walmart. She lied about how much money I spent nothing. Man, profligate spending? I had to look that word up. She kept saying Chris booked a beach trip. No. She knew Gary booked that, but she wanted to blame Chris. Gary being on his deathbed, coughing up blood. Occam's razor, y'all. The simplest answer is the truth. The simplest answer in this case is where all this evidence points, and that is to Melody Walker Farris. It points to no one else. This is not a series of coincidences. She was not framed. She's not the unluckiest woman in the world. And again, there is not a series of justifiable reasons that explain her conduct. There's just not. And there aren't justifiable explanations to explain the evidence. July 24th, Rusty says, to law enforcement, she told me he's in the burn pile. She's arrested a year later, booked into Cherokee County. They have a jail call on June 24th, and whoop, on June 25th, he recants that statement. Y'all, there's Molly Ferris for you. That manipulation. She knew Rusty was her Achilles heel in this case. She knew that. She had to shut it down. You know what she was really hoping? This is how she wanted it to go down. She knew the only way out of this marriage was murder. She knew that. I don't know why she thought that, but that is what she knew. Murdering the father of her children. She was hoping his body, being on that burn pile, would be chalked up to a health episode. She didn't think the sheriff's office would find that bullet in his rib. She just didn't. That's clear. She didn't think there would be blood left in her home. She didn't think anyone would be looking for it. She didn't think law enforcement would be all over that house. Well, we found it. And we kept digging, and we found more and more and more.
I'm going to go get gas. I'll be right
We
back.
found out about your affairs, your disdain for your husband, your obsession with money and things and materialism. She never once encouraged law enforcement to find the person that actually did this. She didn't think this is how any of this would play out. She manipulated her own mother to have an affair with Ted Wiley. She manipulated Martha to have an affair with Rusty. She manipulated Amanda to go with her to continue her affairs with Rusty. She manipulated Emily. She would go to Nashville to see Emily and disappear to go see Rusty. She used all of the people in her life. She used Sherry Cooper to see Rusty. She used Rusty to try to get away with murder. She used Scott Farris to try to get away with murder. She used Chris Farris to try to get away with murder. And she used Gary throughout the entire marriage. She had the motive, she had the means, and she's the only one who had those. And she's the only one who had the opportunity. There is no evidence this was Scott. Mr. Fogus told you in opening we had to shrink the world. That's what he meant. And that's what we did. There is no evidence that she had help. That would make our job a lot easier. Her help was on the phone. It was Rusty Barton. There is no evidence it was anyone else. This evidence demands a verdict of guilty. Do not reward this criminal behavior. Do not reward her for almost succeeding in burning up her husband's body, unrecognizable to the point where doctors, forensic anthropologists cannot determine if any organs in his body had trauma. And no, you cannot tell me that there were no injuries on bones. Half those bones were gone. What you know is there was a bullet in his body and a bullet found in the basement with his DNA on it. And a gun that went missing from Martha Barton, who she had access to. She knew where that gun was. Do not reward her for almost concealing successfully the death, the gruesome death of her husband. Hold her accountable. Melody was the only one who wanted him dead. She was the only one who would benefit from him being gone. She was the only one repeatedly betraying him. There are no games here. Murder is not a chess game. It is malicious. And Gary did not deserve this. The last thing he saw was staring down the barrel of a .38 revolver in the hands of his bitter wife, who was constantly betraying him. But this was the ultimate betrayal. Hold her accountable. You are the voice of Cherokee County in this case. You have the evidence to convict her beyond a reasonable doubt. We have proven it to you, and you have it. It's in the form of thousands of exhibits, testimony from the stand, audio, a lot of audio. If there is something you want to see or hear that you can't find back there, you send a note out to the judge. Do not reward her for being a smart criminal. You are the voice of Cherokee County that we do not tolerate this in this county. You do not get to shoot and mutilate your life partner. You don't get to take away the grandfather of your grandchildren. That is not your choice to make. The ultimate betrayal. Gary will not walk through that door. And that's because she took him off this planet. Find her guilty of all the counts in this indictment. The evidence and the law demand it.
Good job, man. I feel for that family.
You are. Jurors, y'all can take a 15-minute break, and we will do the charge. That's going to be probably 40 to 50 minutes.
I'll call my son and see if we can get him to
Stand up
zoom
if you want
in.
to, but y'all stay
I'll be
where
right
you
back.
are. All right, I'm going to address the audience for a minute, and folks in the back, y'all can keep rolling while I do this. The first thing I'm going to do is I feel compelled to talk to the folks out in TV land for a minute and defend the state of Georgia and clarify something Mr. Weaver brought up in his closing arguments, and that is Georgia.
Okay, my son went ahead and brought it up to lifetime. I apologize, but we're very happy for it. Thank you, Matthew. Appreciate you so very much. I don't know now. I really like this judge. I think he is definitely a good old boy. He was fine dressed when he went to the house. He was looking good. Really nice suit. He's a tall man himself. I think he's very practical. I mean, his judicial robes have elbow patches on them, y'all. Iron-on elbow patches. But I think part of that was, I'm so sorry. We'll have to go back and watch that. He's working and he's trying to help. We came up to live. We'll go back and watch that later. Unless somebody wants to just tell us what he said. But he's a very practical man, and I think that he runs a good courtroom. My only complaint, and I know he fussed at the lawyers about it in the beginning, was there was very little objections, if any, about, I apologize, guys, I didn't know. And my son's working, so he's being so kind as to help me out. The judge made it very clear to them that they are allowing the witnesses to go narrative, etc., because they're not objecting. And someone made it, I think it was the defense complained about something with the witness, and he basically said, paraphrasing, you are allowing them to be this way. You are the ones who are permitting this behavior. I can't do anything without objections. And that's something that somebody had asked me the other day. So, it was one of those things that, if the attorneys do not object, he cannot intervene. Even if he knows it's inappropriate or wrong for them not to be objecting, There was a lot of hearsay admitted into this trial, by far more than I've ever seen in any other trial. But once again, if the opposing side does not object, they get it in. There's nothing the judge can do about that. I think on one hand, this trial went on long, but on the other hand, we ended a week early. So I just like his personality. He's laid back, and I like his personality. But I gotta say, Sarah Boone's judge still has Judge of the Year from my channel. I think I'm going to be getting a little plaque or something made and mailed to him, calling him our channel's YouTube of the Year judge. I think that would be a cool thing to do. Maybe we have a vote. I think I'll do that. I think we'll start a vote probably November and have everybody vote, but I believe he's going to be the winning judge. But with this trial, this is the one trial I think I have struggled with the most because I am so on the fence. There's, to me, enough evidence that I could, without certain people's testimony, convict her. However, there's other people's testimony, if I believe them, to not convict her. It just is going to be, I think it's going to boil down to who the jurors believe. I think that's the biggest part of this. Who are they going to believe? Do I believe that she had something involved? Yeah. As to what extent, I don't know. One of the things that I'm perplexing about is the situation with Rusty. Everybody's blaming Scott. Well, how do we know that Rusty was there? They all three got in an argument, and he pulled the lead shooter. No, we're not allowed to contact judges. No, we are not, especially when a case is under trial. However, once a case is no longer under trial and you want to send something like an award, we can do that. But I would send it to the county clerk. I would send it to his assistant. I would not send it directly to him. There are ways to get things to judges. You can't contact him and talk about the cases and that kind of such. So anyway, we, with the evidence that I was just talking about with Melody, I have a harder time believing that Scott did it than I would Rusty. Would I think that Rusty was involved and her? Most often and most likely, yes, I do. And I hate this. Whew. They're mowing the grass and there's a big dirt plume in front of me. Oh, but it smells good. But the frustration for me with all of this is there is just not enough evidence there for me to sit in this jury seat and say definitely 100% guilty. Would I want to hear from the other jurors? Absolutely. I think this is really going to be a situation where they all have a discussion and come to an agreement versus walking in with Sarah Boone and already having one. I think it's either going to be a fast guilty or a hung jury. I would not, under the situation that I have, knowing in my heart of hearts, personally, is she guilty? I think you betcha she is. Of involvement. I can't say I'm guilty of the actual act. Can't say that for sure. I can't go back because I'm not home. What I will say is when I get home tonight or tomorrow, we'll go back and watch it. I promise we'll go back and watch it. But I'm not at my computer and I can't run the live stream from the cell phone. I can be a guest on it, but I can't share the window. I can't do that. Sorry. but we will go back and watch it as soon as I get to the computer. One of the things, back to the Sarah Boone thing. If I'm sitting on the jury and I'm listening to this, they have not proven to me beyond reasonable doubt that she's the one that's done this. I would have to vote innocent under the law. But personally, I believe she's involved. What do y'all think? What do you guys think about that? I have no other device to do that with, babe. And I cannot get my son away from his job any more than I already have. My apologies. Really, seriously, my apologies. But if someone wants to watch it, I know I love the Karate Cat Mom's picture. If somebody wants to watch it, go to put another live up on there and watch that part of the live and come back and tell us what they said. That'd be great. But I am on the road, so I apologize. So what are y'all's, where is each one of you? Who believes she's guilty and why? Who believes she's hung and why? And who believes she's innocent and why? I would love to hear from you. Yeah. Well, the problem is that I can sit here in this arena and say guilty as hell of involvement, but I don't know if I have enough evidence to say she did the shooting. I don't. I can poke a lot of holes. It also depends on who you believe. Greatly depends on who you believe. But this is one of the trials I'm most torn on. I would want to vote guilty, but that's where the jury instructions are going to be what determine how they're going to vote. And I mean, how you gauge guilt or innocence. I think the jury instructions are going to be a very important factor in this decision, in my humble opinion. Why are you stopped in the, I get so frustrated when people stop in the middle of a street to turn left when there is a turning lane to get into. I am in town where my daughter's college is, and eventually I will be off screen. And I know y'all can go elsewhere and get commentators, but for those who stick with me today, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Yes and no. Not necessarily true. Because it's the way they charged her. It's the way the charges go. It's how she's charged that's going to make a difference in whether I could vote guilty or innocent. I would have to read the charges in detail. I would have to scrupulously go through the instructions and see where that is. But murder with a malice, I don't know if she's the one that actually did the unaliving. That's my frustration. It is true. You are guilty if you are involved, but once again, it comes down to what you're charged with, Haley Mouse. See, like with Sarah Boone, a lot of us, and even lawyers, said that they were reaching for murder too. But they charged her with murder too with the lessers of manslaughter. Now, obviously with a jury and the jury instructions, they could get to murder too. They did. That's what she was convicted of. But if she was charged with murder two and manslaughter, and the jury felt that they couldn't quite get to murder two, but they could to manslaughter, they take the lesser. The hard thing is when you're charging people, and one of the lawyers on YouTube said that to get a better chance of winning, they had like they said probably a 40-60 split of them winning, 40 to win, manslaughter to, 60% not to, that they would probably get an 80 to 20% or higher if they only charged her with manslaughter. And this is the Boone case. So how they're charged is huge on whether or not guilt can be proven or they can be found guilty when you have a case that's so much circumstantial evidence. Now, the majority of cases are circumstantial evidence. However, in her case, there's a preponderance of circumstantial evidence, and it's a real whodunit. And so we'll have to see how the jury goes. Not to say that I wouldn't like to find her guilty, because she's guilty of something, but the charges and the definition of what the charges are and how you get to that guilt is what I would have to see. Sorry. And Dr. Bullbutter, I have to play devil's advocate. Personally, I think she's guilty. But legally, I'd have to really sit and read, and I'm sure we're going to hear that with the jury instructions. I want to hear the jury instructions, and then from there, I can give you a better answer. Lack of a better way of saying it. All right? So that's kind of the way I feel. I give you a better answer that way. And that's where sometimes the law is frustrating. And that's where your prosecution team, the quality of your prosecution team, their ability to appropriately charge people and classify them and yada, 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 is all what it hinges on. And that's what's important. I think I'm going to go. My daughter's not out of class yet. We've got another 15 minutes or so. I think I'm going to go get me a Starbucks. And do you know what I love about this college bookstore? I mean, the college Starbucks. They have the best selection usually of the newest tumblers than anybody else. Oh, I am so sorry, guys. My bad. I should have. Oh, for those who are dizzy, my bad. I'm going to turn camera off for a minute and I'll keep talking. I want to say guilty too. If she wants, let me put this up, to come clean while behind bars, we might hear the whole story. You're dreaming of Starbucks? Aww. My apologies. I'll take y'all in with me. I will take y'all in with me. But yeah, it's really unfortunate. Uh-oh, my steering wheel's getting caught. I really wish I could be in the courtroom. And do you know the trial where they are, the woman in San Antonio, they were looking for her body in the trash heap in San Antonio? I will be covering that trial, and when it goes to actual trial, I am anticipating and going to go and be in court on that one. That will probably be my first Jules moment, y'all. Okay, now as normal. Now as normal. I think I'm just going to pull my wallet. Y'all getting to see everything. This is a beautiful campus. I absolutely adore this campus. If I was her age, I'd come to school here and live here like she has. It's a nice campus. Very nice. It's a beautiful day, but it's always windy here. We're in the flat area. Hello, Miss Sneaky. Is Sneaky on here? It's hard to see with the sun. I thought I heard. Did someone say hello, Sneaky? Hello, Sneaky. Oh, I am so sorry. I didn't mean to make everybody dizzy. Hey, Sneaky, I have a question. Since you can get in the back office, everybody's wanting to know about what the judge admonished. Are you able to pop up, and you don't have to, I'm not putting pressure on you, you can say not right now, but can you put the trial up and go back to where the judge was admonishing and put that up on stream? If you can't, we understand, no pressure, I apologize. We did not plan this. Yep. So we're in court break. Everybody, Sneaky is one of our favorite mods. She's fabulous. We adore her. We love her, and I'm not saying that to get her to do anything. If she can't, that's okay. It's just one of those things when you're out and about and you can't do it yourself. I feel so old and ugly. All these cute kids running around here. It's funny. Oh, that's okay. No, that's okay, Sneaky. Totally get it. We will go and watch it later. But I'm gonna go look at the. Oh, they got some new tumblers. Oh my gosh. Y'all look. Oh, it goes from gray to green. Ooh, which do I like better? Oh my gosh, y'all. Look at this. I'm in trouble. I'm getting two. I'm just gonna get the one. Because y'all, I'm getting too old for this. Okay, we're getting this one. And this may be one of the giveaways. What do you think? Yes or no? Sneaky, I am so sorry. I didn't mean to put you on the spot, love. I really didn't. I am so sorry, Sneaky. But I love you. I mean, you know, they have the best selection here. They have every single one. College campuses, see, look. Look, see? They have the best. Look at the kitty kitty. I couldn't do this without y'all. All the blue wrenches, thank you so very much. Hey, Sneaky, love you. Yeah. Um,
Anything else? Try it on, kid. Is that what you usually do?
I usually get the.
so we're on a break right now, is that correct? And they're gonna come back and we're gonna do the jury instructions.
Okay.
And then we'll go into the verdict watch. It'll be fun. I may keep this one for me. I may keep it. I don't know.
Okay.
What do y'all think? Love them both, but that would be $60. I don't have much credit. I'm gonna have to go cameraless for a minute and mute. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back, y'all. This is gonna be hard to give away. We'll see. We'll see if I'll give it away. I'll be giving away a Stanley tumbler Christmas. That will be one of my Christmas giveaways is a Stanley tumbler. So if you like Stanley.
To be on your radar, I think our store is going to be having the Elf Football and the Glenda Stanleys.
They're gonna have what?
Like the Glenda Stanleys, the
Uh-huh.
really hot pink ones.
When are they coming in?
I'm not sure when they'll be here, but I think we'll have them.
Do you know how much they'll cost?
Do you know how much the pink Stanleys are? No, I they're
60?
Like, they're like probably somewhere around 65 to 70, I believe. But it would be on your radar. 60 and 70, but we don't know.
Is it gonna be between now and the end of the year?
Oh,
cool.
They kind
Cool.
of just bring it on us, so no one has like enough of it.
Okay, well, we'll have to keep checking up for
Do you want a
her.
receipt for that?
All right.
Would you like a receipt for that?
No, we're good. Thank you.
Of course not.
Okay, guys, we got it. And so now what we're gonna do is they just told me not every Starbucks gets the pink Stanley. And so if they get the pink Stanley and I'm not here, I will send my daughter the money and I will have her come purchase those for me. That'll be great because I'll get one for me and then one to give away for Christmas. And it will be the Starbucks pink Stanley, the collector's one. Oh, wouldn't that be great? Well, the thing is I don't know if they're going to give them a cap. I'll also be checking. I live in a very small town of 2,500 people. We do have 2 Starbucks. They're very small, and we often don't get the good stuff. So if our Starbucks gets one, I'll get one there. So I will be watching, and y'all keep an ear out. And if you guys hear that the Starbucks mug Stanleys have hit, we'll get it. We'll get it. I'll have one to give away. Got to figure out how I'm going to do that. And then I'll definitely be doing other giveaways between now and Christmas. I will come back, or I'll have my daughter, I'll send her the money in a couple of days. And I'll have her come back and get that purple to green one. I really like that. So, let me get in the car. Yes, I'm a little out of breath. My keys are knocking. I apologize. And then I'll be on with you for a minute. And then as soon as my daughter and I get together, I'm going to be I don't know this guy's car, and it drives me crazy. It's a wonderful car, don't get me wrong. I'm happy to have a vehicle to putz around in. But let me get in and get settled. All right, Dr. Bullbutter, as soon as they do, I will let you know, and if I can snag it, you can do that. Let me check. My power is so low on my phone. I don't know how I'm going to keep this thing going. I don't know. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to go and we're going to park outside my daughter's dorm and wait for her and go from there. I'm going to turn this off so y'all don't get seasick. I feel bad because Sneaky hops on and I go, whoosh. I go, sorry, you missed it. I go, whoosh. I feel bad. She and Miss Kevin are the only two that actually have back access into my StreamYard. And when you're in StreamYard is the only place that we can potentially do, oh my gosh, I thought I turned it off. I did. They are the only ones that can go in StreamYard and pop up lives on their end and run it like I am. So I need another mod who, I gotta do this again, would be willing to learn StreamYard and be willing to be my backup when I go live. Because part of the problem is if I have bad weather here and my internet goes down, then my StreamYard goes down. It's still running online. It's just not running where I am. And we can, hold on. I just gotta, give me a second. It's, sorry guys, I gotta have the AC on. But my StreamYard, I'm just gonna open windows, turn this off, it's cooler outside. So the other person can just pop up alive and take over StreamYard. I really need somebody who can consistently do that. So we are also looking for mods. We've got some mods, we got a good decent amount, but unfortunately we need more. So how long is this break for? Do we know? Gosh, I'm in love with this. Even if you take this off, I'm in love with that. I'm not much into the Day of the Dead, but that's cute. Let me read what it says. Dia de Muertos, Day of the Dead, is a Mexican holiday that pays tribute to the souls of the dearly departed. They give offerings, decorate with photographs, candles, some kind of flower, I can't pronounce it, and other offerings to celebrate loved ones that have passed away. This is a collab So this is a collab. Isn't that great? Isn't that cute? Love the. Okay, we'll talk when we don't have a live. I need to sit down and talk with you. So, absolutely love this one. That's going to be hard to give away. I hope my daughter doesn't go, I want it. That will be hard. Because I'll want to give it to her. And I can't. So, put this card in here. I'm what trials are coming up next that we can be watching? I don't have my calendar in front of me, so I can't really look. But we have to decide on next week. Now, there is a trial that they're 4 days into right now, but I don't know if that's something that we're going to get into or not. I'm not quite sure. What do y'all think? Willing to learn to use stream on Twitch? I don't have a stream on Twitch. It's StreamYard. It's a totally separate. It's a program that we use to broadcast. It's not has nothing to do with Twitch. So that's going to be the thing. The colors are gorgeous. I think that's why I love it so much. I really love the colors. I'm just getting my seat cleared up for my daughter. Oh, what a day this has been. I told my son, I think it was yesterday, day before yesterday, I said, I had a good day. It was a good day. And I just heard Sarah Boone's voice in my head going, she's ruined it for me. I can't sit there and say, it was a good day. I can't do that anymore. You use stream. Yes, I know she's willing to learn. I'm just saying, somebody else I stream on two different formats, not just YouTube. So sometimes if I answer a question that you don't see, they did on the other format, and so that's why I said that. But anyway, yeah. I don't think can I play music here? Nope. Oh, I can. Oh my gosh, I can do everything on this. I've never done it. Well, yeah. Okay, so why don't we play a little bit of this in the background? And we'll kind of do it that way. I'm not sure if I'm.
Okay. My phone is not acting nice. Can y'all hear music? Right now I don't hear anything. Let me unplug and plug back on. Let me turn it off and then turn it back on. I was talking about this. I Bluetooth stream to my hearing aids about 12 to 15 hours a day, and that is very unusual.
Holy crap. Thank you, God. Okay. I'm with my daughter. I'm in the background. Love y'all. Hey guys, my battery is almost dead and it needs to charge. I don't know why it didn't charge last night. I see you say they're back in court, but my son checked the stream. We're up to date. I'm going to go have lunch real quick with my daughter, and I'm going to leave the phone charging in the car. I will return shortly. Y'all are awesome. I appreciate y'all. Bye.
Okay, guys. Sorry. You need music off. You're okay? Sorry, I thought I saw something saying that you needed to be caught back up. I love you too, Dr. Bullbutter. I just wanted to make sure that everything was okay. One second, guys. I'm just getting something up for you. Okay, guys, now we're caught up. I couldn't control Ada's video because it's on her computer, so I just had to bring it up on mine. If you needed anything else, please let me know. No, that's not true, Dr. Bullbutter. You don't have access to this and you don't know how to use it yet. That's all. So thank you very much for being patient and just bearing with me while I was in a meeting. And yeah, we should be okay, I believe. So let me know if you need anything. You need anything else, please. And it's very nice to see you all. I appreciate that you guys are here. I'm not sure where Ada is today. I did see that she was on the move when I came here. Perfect. Okay. I'm going to take off and I will see you guys soon whenever I come back and drop in. Okay. Love you guys. Bye. All right. Okay, everyone. So this is Verdict Watch for the Melody Walker Farris trial. We are seeing some movement in the courtroom. We're seeing a mustachioed fellow looking amused, I can say, conversing with somebody else. I'm not quite sure who he is because I'm sorry, I just tuned in. I'm Sneak. Hi everyone. You might know me because I'm around sometimes. If you don't, I'm Sneak. Hi. Thanks for coming in. Oh, hi.
Can
Ada's
you all
here.
hear me?
Yep. We're just waiting for
Okay,
Verdict
let me get my
Watch.
ears plugged in because I can't hear you.
Indeed.
My ears are giving me
Yes.
a problem.
So, it has been an interesting day for sure. In the
Yay!
Law and Crime chat, they have a poll going, meaning or asking what they think the verdict is going to be with the general public. And with 10,000 votes, they believe 69% believe it's going to be a guilty verdict, 14% believe not guilty, and 17% believe it's going to be a hung jury. So, just
Miss
as
Sneaky!
hello.
Let me do this real quick and then I'll drive. Hey, how are you? I don't see myself on screen, which is perfectly fine. I want to tell you how much I love and appreciate you hopping on. You are so amazing.
No problem. Sorry, Ada, I don't see how I can pop you on here. Oh, 1 second. Oh, there we go. Here, 1 second.
There we go. It just
Okay,
took a
there we
minute.
go. Hi. So, the mod, Dr. Bullbutter, was concerned that the video is a little bit behind in the courtroom, so I just brought it up on my computer, just so that we would have it and make sure it was up to a live point. And so it is running on my computer right now, just to let you know. If I see that
oh, that's
your
perfectly
computer,
fine. I apologize. Is your door shut off?
if I see that your computer and my computer are pretty much the same, I'll switch it back over to your computer. But just to let
Perfect.
you know.
I want to apologize. No, fabulous. I want to apologize to you and everybody. I've already apologized. I was told that, I saw that they said that, we're not going to be going live Wednesday. It's going to be a day for the attorneys to get their closings together Monday night when they had stopped. And so Tuesday, at the end, I didn't do the jury instructions because I had to go get some stuff done, blood work. You know how that goes. My seatbelt on my car broke, so I couldn't drive it.
Crap.
So, I'm dealing with stuff, and I didn't know until I got up this. I thought, great, this morning I can sleep in. And I made plans to come see my daughter, and I thought, great, I have a day off. And then I get up and I check, and I'm like, they're in closing arguments. They changed it like late last night. I was like, so I apologize. I don't want to put pressure on you, but I appreciate you hopping in. I really, 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 really do.
No problem.
And love you for it.
I didn't hear what you wanted me to bring up before. You wanted me to bring up a video, and I wasn't sure which one it was. I'm sorry, before my meeting.
Right after closing arguments, they finished. The judge said he had to talk to the media, and he admonished something that had been said. So that's what I'm talking about. So I don't know if you can go and look at that.
I'll go back and try and find it.
But I'm going to have to. Okay, I'm going to have to drive. So if you want to put it back on the court and take me off, because I don't want to get everybody dizzy. I'm going to turn off my camera. You can leave me like that if you wish. And I'm going to turn off my mic, and I will pop in and out. And when you're ready to leave, I'll check back. Okay?
Sounds good.
You're awesome. Thank you so much again.
Yeah, no problem. So just letting you know, if you swear, we will hear you.
Did you hear me say crap
Nope. You
earlier?
were muted.
Oh.
No, you were muted that
Okay.
time. So
All right. See you in a little bit. All right.
okay.
I'm listening. Bye.
Bye. All right, ladies and gents, now that I got that clarification, I'm going to try and bring up that video for you while we are waiting, because it doesn't seem like anything's really going on in the courtroom. Right after closings. Thank you, Doctor.
Viable explanations to explain the evidence.
All right, ladies and gents, Ada wanted me to replay a clip for you from the judge today talking about the people of TV land. And right now, we are going to go and listen to that.
All right, I want everyone in the audience to stay where you are. Jurors, y'all can take a 15-minute break, and then I'll give you the charge. That's going to be probably 40.
Just give it one moment and it will start. Thank you for your patience. The judge did address TV land, so we did want to hear what he had to say.
All right.
Hi, Ronnie.
I'm going to address the audience for a minute, and folks in the back, y'all can keep rolling while I do this. The first thing I'm going to do is I feel compelled to talk to the folks out in TV land for a minute and defend the state of Georgia and clarify something Mr. Weaver brought up in his closing arguments, and that is Georgia has had a constitution since we were enabled as a state. In fact, we've had somewhere between 10 and 12. No one's exactly certain how many, and I'm not a constitutional scholar, but the most recent version of our Constitution was adopted in 1983. That wasn't the first version of our Constitution. Yes. All right. Yeah, well, the folks out in the folks that are watching us in New Zealand don't. All right. All right. A couple of ground rules for those of you in the audience. We're going to start charge. All right. This is something that's not covered in TVs and movies very often. It is long and it is relatively boring. But there are two times that I close my courtroom and don't let people come in and out. One is during adoptions, which are closed proceedings. Two is when I am charging a jury. It is critically important that the jury hear the instructions that I'm giving them. The bailiff will be manning the door and will not let anyone in or out. We're going to take a 15-minute break, and if y'all want to take a break, please do. If you want to remain with us after the break is over, I'm going to give 5-minute warning and I'm going to start. But once I start, you will not be allowed back in the courtroom. So if you don't want to remain for the entire 45-minute closing charge, then don't come in. Most of the lawyers in the building that would usually come in and watch a closing, because they typically do, are watching them on the internet so they can tune out to this part because it's, like I said, relatively boring. All right, that's really all I need to tell y'all. I need the bailiffs to move the easels. I've asked the clerk to give me a copy of the indictment. Tracy needs to find my copy of the stipulation because it disappeared that was up here. And Yeah, I was gonna read them off mine and not the one for the jury. All right, with that, we'll be in recess for 12 minutes or so. I haven't checked it back, but
All right.
I
So
thought that
Ada
was going to
said
be a
that
whole lot more to that. I thought that was going to be a whole. We're in Target now. I'm shocked that that's all that was.
so he was talking about the fact that Georgia does have a constitution. Something about the first one, I believe, being adopted in 1983. So I know that was in reference to the closing, something that was said in the closing argument of the state, I'm thinking. So the judge wanted to inform the international viewers. So that was more for people like me, actually, than the American viewers out there. So as a Canadian, and as he said, for people in New Zealand and people elsewhere, getting familiar with things like this, it's great to have somebody explain it to you, right? Because not everything in the judicial system is clear. It's clear as mud. Yeah. So anyway, thank you for just bearing with me while I found that, ladies and gents. We are still on verdict watch. And I am going to leave you here with this for now. I will see you soon, and hopefully y'all have a nice day. Yes, and Ronnie, I'm so glad when you show up. It's so nice to see you. He was saying that Georgia had a constitution from beginning, not 1983. Thank you. And he said he didn't know how many constitutions he had, but there were many. Yeah. Bye, Britt. Everybody have a great day. I'll see y'all later.
So, guys, oh, Sneaky was such a sweetheart. You guys, thanks for hanging in there. We're just on a verdict watch, so just keep your eyes and ears open on the live. We won't have much going on. I'm going to go to my daughter's dorm. We're going to hang out a little bit. I dropped the image drop, but you can hear me. So we're going to hang out a little bit, and then I'll head home. So when I'm heading home, I'll hop back on. All right, we'll see you later. Hey, Toy, thank you so much for joining. I know you can't see me, but I am spending time with my daughter. I'll be on a little later. Thank you so much for hopping on.
Hey guys, how are y'all doing? I am teaching my daughter how to do her hair. I'll do it this way. There we go. I feel better. I'm teaching my daughter how we did her hair back in the 80s because she's going to dress up. What am I doing? There it is. She's going to dress up like they did back in the 80s for a Halloween event. And so we just got her clothes. We just got her makeup. No, we're getting ready to do makeup, y'all. So we're having fun. I'll be back on probably within an hour. Yeah, within an hour, I'll be joining you back. Hi, Haley Mouse. Hey, Sneaky. Thank you so much, everybody. Hey, Zach, everybody. Thank you, thank you for being on. All right, I'll see you in a minute.
I had no idea. Sorry. I'm just having how's everybody doing today? It's very interesting that they chose to look at the clock now, because I guess everyone is bored. We've had a lot of femme fatales lately. What with Sarah Boone and Melody Walker Farris. It's not altogether common that you get women killers, and so it's just statistically not as likely. And it is interesting that we're just watching two back to back, because you wouldn't think that would happen, but here we are. Yeah, thanks everyone for taking a short break with me. I really hope that Ada will show us some of the 80s inspiration that is going on right now, and maybe if her daughter is not, something's happening. Maybe if her daughter is not too shy, maybe she'll show us her 80s look, because I would love that. I would love to see some teased up hair and some like real bright eyeshadow, like real bright. Be dying to see it. I guess the only courtroom movement is that she came back into the courtroom. So I'm sorry to make people think that something was going on. But I'm not sure how long the jury's been out, Rodney, but I will look into it. Hi, Haley Mouse. Sorry, I'm just catching up with the comments now. I was zoning out for a moment. Hi, Twa.
Do we have a verdict already?
Hold
no, I can't hear.
No, I think she just left and came back into the courtroom. I think it's just movement. Yeah.
Okay, can hear
So-
you. We have a verdict already?
We're not sure.
Well, I'm getting ready to head back home.
Let me make sure that
Okay.
I know what y'all are asking.
There's something going on. What is the beeping sound?
And a piece of paper.
I'm in an elevator.
Okay. Now.
Oh, I see. Okay, sorry about that.
Some of those will not introduce evidence and are just demonstrative of the testimony. However, the lawyers have all agreed that if it will help y'all, that they don't have a problem with sending out to you. So we're going to send each of those out to you. Ms. Frankish is putting exhibit stickers on them so that we can refer to them. But y'all have asked for the family tree, the interview dates, and the aerial shots of the photos. So that's all the things that have been on the board all trial, right? And y'all aren't asking to watch a flyover or anything of the property at this point. Okay. All right. I also understand that y'all want to break at 5 o'clock. I'm not going to bring y'all back in here in 10 minutes to then dismiss you for the day. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give y'all the instructions for when y'all want to be dismissed, and y'all can be dismissed between now and 5 o'clock whenever y'all decide to leave. Okay. So if y'all want to go in the back and then leave, that's fine. If y'all want to go back and talk for another 10, 15 minutes and then leave, that's fine as well. Everything that I have told, we are at the most critical stage of this trial in which y'all have the case. Everything that I've told you thus far, do not talk to anyone about the case, look up anything about the case, Google anything about the case. Y'all will get your phones back We're not going to keep them from you for the rest of the week, so y'all can have them. But when you come back tomorrow, please make sure you give them to the bailiffs and turn them off. We will not do anything in the morning to ramp back up. Do y'all want to start at 9 o'clock? Do you want to start at 8:30? Do you want to start at 10? 9 o'clock. We're still going to, until, I guess we need to keep, we can get rid of 4 of the cones, I guess. But we will still have parking assigned for y'all, which if y'all saw how bad it was Monday was a good thing. So we'll still have parking for y'all. Someone asked the bailiffs about lunch. We don't typically do lunches while y'all are deliberating. I usually do it the first day, like today. I expect that by lunchtime tomorrow, y'all probably want to go get some fresh air and go away. Y'all are welcome to eat lunch together. Y'all are welcome to go about your own business. But what's the rule while y'all are outside of the jury room eating lunch? There you go. Fantastic. All right. We will take your devices up in the morning. The bailiffs will be waiting for you just like they have been throughout the trial. Someone will be at the end of the hallway. Again, y'all all show up. When you're all here, then y'all can begin deliberating. All right. So any questions about any of that or what your responsibilities are going forward?
Just important on, I guess, the parking, not parking garage side, but the ground level side. There was media out there filming. So.
All right.
Sorry.
Well, they're going to be coming and going from the building since y'all have parking here. So y'all be going out the back door. So y'all shouldn't have to worry about what they may be talking to some folks outside. I've asked them as best they can to do that in front of the building instead of the back of the building. All right, with that, we're going to give those exhibits. Yes, if you go ahead, Ms. Frankish.
House with the red pin in it, Case 60 with the black push pin in it, and then Case 59, which is the Lakeview aerial. States demonstrative 1, the family tree, and states demonstrative 2, Rusty Barton interview dates.
No objection.
All right, we'll send those out to you, and again, y'all can. Yeah, we sent the calendar out with the first one because there's a smaller version of the calendar. Oh yeah, do y'all want the big one? We'll give you the big one too. All right. All right. With that, y'all can be excused back to the jury room. Again, when y'all decide to break for the afternoon, then y'all can just leave. All right. Thank you. All right, Shane, here you go.
Okay, no problem. I thought my mic was muted. Thank you, Sneaky, so much. So I guess at 5 o'clock their time, that's in an hour. If they don't have a verdict, it's going to close down, and we will be live tomorrow morning. Did they say 9 o'clock?
Yes, I believe so. And the jurors asked for the exhibits from the family tree and the interview dates. Also something else I didn't quite catch at the end. Five sisters. Five sisters is a lot of sisters, Haley Mouse. That is a big family. Wow. Anyway, thank you, everyone. We were just kind of getting some instructions about what's going to be happening over the next day or so. We are really interested in what's happening with this trial. I know Ada has been covering it a whole lot. She's been covering it the last couple of days, like pretty much, well, she has been covering the whole thing. So thank you very much for tuning in with us. And make sure to tune in with us tomorrow.
Hey guys, I'm not in my own car, and for some reason the charger is not working very well, and my phone's struggling. I'm just going to be in the background listening, okay?
Cindy, you can
hear me?
Yeah, you can talk now because there isn't anybody else talking here.
Well, now I got to fix my hearing aids because they disconnected again. Dag back. You there?
Yep.
Well, but it's not in my ears. This is so
Yeah.
frustrating.
Sorry for the confusion. Yeah. So anyway, I know that you are struggling with a mount and a charger right now because you are going twisty ways, and it is very impressive. It looks like you're doing gymnastics.
Oh. That's
I
funny.
haven't done somersaults in a
Oh my
long
God, that
time,
is
so
so
I'm
funny.
like, oh dear Lord, why are people doing gymnastics today? Woo. Yes, but sorry guys. I was
I
just
am
saying
so
to
sorry.
everybody.
I'm trying to turn it off before I spin. I'm trying to be kind, like right now, to turn it off before I spin.
Yeah, it's just kind of
The only
funny
way I can
now.
put my phone is actually on the steering wheel. The
Oh
only
man.
mount that's here in this vehicle is attached to, you know how you can have the steering wheel? And it's like,
Yeah.
he doesn't do live, so you now know why. And so I'm doing the best I can. This has just been a day. I mean, anything and everything that could go. Well, I can't say that. It's a good day. It's been a good day.
You had a good day. Sorry.
I had a good day. I saw my daughter. Oh, Sneaky, did you get to see this?
Oh wow. Okay, no, I didn't get to see that
For
before
Halloween?
I popped out. That's hilarious and
It's the
delightful.
it's the new Starbucks.
Really? Oh man. Holy crap. So I just never leave my house, so I never see anything. That's really cool. Oh, I'm sorry that you're struggling because you're not in your own car right
It's
now.
weird. It is so frustrating, but I'm happy to have it. My daughter's our college, because I go there too. Our college, because it's a college, the Starbucks gets all the latest and dated, all of the new stuff, not just a select few. I walk in and it's like, oh, because I mean, I have two near me and they barely get anything. They don't even have these.
Yeah.
And I found out that they are definitely going to be one of the ones getting the pink Starbucks Stanley collab tumblers.
Oh.
And I'm going to be talking to my daughter. I'll be putting money on the book. And as soon as it's there, I'm going to tell her to grab me those. And one of them will be a Christmas giveaway if I can get my hands on it.
Ooh. I know people go crazy
That will
for
be
Stanley.
one of the Christmas giveaways.
I heard when Stanley and Starbucks were doing a collab, I'm like, that'll go crazy. Like that'll be something that people fight over.
Oh, people were buying them at $60 or whatever it was, and turning around and selling them for $200.
Wow.
I was like,
man, that used
maybe
to
I ought
be
to
like
do that.
Tickle Me
No.
Elmo's back in the day, like back in the 90s.
Cabbage Patch dolls.
Yes.
80s Cabbage Patch dolls.
Holy, I never had
That's
one
what
of
that
those,
old lady
yeah.
reminded me of. Oh my gosh, those were the cutest things. They really were. That old lady,
I feel
she
bad for
looked
saying
just
that,
like
but
my
yeah,
great grandmother. No,
Really?
it's okay. That's a compliment. When we used to say a granny looked like a Cabbage Patch, is because, do you know those old ladies that you just walk to, they just give the biggest bear hugs and sit when you're real little, and their laps are fabulous for babies, you know, that kind of grandmother? And my grandmother wore those old little white with the itty bitty flower ranch dresses with the apron and the stockings rolled to her ankle and the old shoes. Yes, that was my granny. And she also had that blue purple hair.
Really?
Because they put a rinse on the gray hair and it turned blue purple.
That's so cool.
It was amazing.
Oh my
Yep.
gosh,
So,
she sounds like a wonderful woman. Thank you for bringing up her memory and just kind of like talking about her, because I love hearing about that.
Well, she was like 92 when I was in 3rd grade.
Wow.
Well, actually, no, I take it back. I was in 5th grade. And we would go to her house every day after school because my parents worked. And she lived in one of those apartments for retired people, assisted living.
Mhm.
And every day she had that government cheese that came in bricks. And she'd make us mac and cheese.
Mhm.
But we ate it with a smile. And then finally you got so used to it, it didn't bother you. But she's the one who
Yeah.
taught me how to sew on a treadle sewing machine, which I still have. I
Really?
sewed on a treadle. That was my
Oh.
first sewing experience. Yeah. Yeah. She's the one that got me involved in being hands-on stuff. So we don't have
She
grannies like
sounds
that anymore.
lovely. Well, and that kind of granny, it's like, despite, like, even if it's not your granny, she just feels like everybody's granny. Like that's the kind of
She
person that
was.
she feels like, and kind of displays or acts like.
Oh,
So
if you were in the room, you were her grandchild. She treated you like a grandchild. And that cute little, ooh, you just wanted to go up and pinch those little soft as a baby's butt cheeks.
yeah, I just want to
And she
bring this up.
smelled like rose water.
Oh, Haley Mouse just says, I miss my Nan so much. So we're gonna
I'm
say,
so sorry.
in memory of your Nan, Haley Mouse, we're taking a moment to send some love to you, and it's nice to remember our loved ones, right? Because I like hearing stories about the people that we love, even if they're not with us anymore. Okay,
Well,
Haley Mouse
my
says,
great-grandmother, oh, sorry.
oh, she said, my nanny Green was glam and had glasses similar to Ada's. She was the knitter. Oh, sounds lovely.
Yes. My granny knitted too. I think everybody crocheted or knitted back then. But one thing about my granny that I always thought was special and I always shared with people, she was born on a wagon train on her way to Texas.
Wow.
And they lived out of their
Now that's a
wagon for the
story.
first year and a half of being in Texas. And they had a settlement. Now it's now called Cherokee, Texas. It's it was just listening to her stories, growing up in Texas when there were Indians, and she died in 1995, and she was 100. So she was born in 1895, and it was fabulous listening to her stories. And I'm thinking about, they built a rock house out of rock. It's still standing, and people are living in it today. And I think as soon as I get my hands on a metal detector, I'm going to go out there, because she used to put jars in the ground
of money,
well, not just money
or things,
but her hoot.
Really?
In the winter,
like the
she'd
good
bury the
hooch that your
hooch.
grandma makes that they don't tell
My
you the
grandma
recipe?
used to, yeah, and my grandma used to dip. My grandma used to dip. Not in front of people. But she used to tell me about around the canning house. She would hide, because what would happen is that she would dig and put them in the ground all the way. My grandpa knew it, all the way, great grandpa, and then after he died, all the way around there where she had cans, and they were the old mason jars. And she'd have all kind of stuff hiding in there. And then in the floorboard of it was a rock house. It's a small rock that was for canning and butchering and whatever. And she had stuff that she would dig and bury in the dirt. And I don't know if it's still there. I'm going to go talk to the owners that are there and see if they'll let me go metal detect and see if it's still there. Her son, my grandfather, probably dug it up. but we'll see, because he lived there after her.
I just want to mention here, Dr. Bullbutter had a comment just saying, I miss my mom. And so, Dr. Bullbutter, I'm sorry that our discussion made you miss your mom, because that's a really
Yes,
hard.
I'm sorry. I'll get off of it.
Like that's a really hard kind of longing and grief. And so thank you for sharing that with us. And I'm sorry if it was a hard kind of trigger, but thank you. We're sending love to you.
I
right now.
apologize.
And Twa says, my great grandma put her knitting in Danish cookie tins. So you would think cookies, but it was knitting. Heart crushed so many times.
Oh, yes.
I want to be cremated and put in a cookie tin to pass.
There actually people have been cremated and put in tins.
She says, I want to be cremated and put in a cookie tin to pass on the letdown.
Now that's a letdown. Oh, that's a really bad letdown. Oh my gosh, are you kidding?
She didn't have enough characters just for like the letdown part of that message, and so I was like, oh, that's funny. Oh, that's hilarious. So,
that's good.
Whew. Yeah.
Anybody going through Sarah Boone withdrawals?
Oh, you know what? No. The Boonery can stay where it is, but she's I wonder how she is doing. I genuinely
not well.
Wonder.
Well, right now she'll be fine because right now she'll be on a self-harm watch for a couple of days, and then after that they'll put her back in population as long as she's in the jail. So she won't be moved to a prison until after the sentencing, and then she'll be in the jail for, it could be up to a week or two, it could be just a day. But as soon as they're ready for her in the prison, she'll be transferred. That's when her hell begins, her true hell begins. She's already accustomed to the jail, so she doesn't have to make that acclimation. But boy, the moment she gets to that prison, it's gonna suck. Really.
It's gonna get interesting.
Oh, somebody asked where we went for lunch. We ate at Jason's Deli. If y'all know what a Jason's Deli is, it's a deli. It's a food chain, and this is my salad. I had so much food left over, it wasn't even funny. So that's where we had lunch. No, I think I'm pretty good done with Boone. What can we follow next, Sneaky? What would you like to follow next?
You know what? Boone was so ridiculous, and we thought that she was going to defend herself for so long that we thought it was going to be a gong show, and so I kind of didn't really look into the future of some things, of some trials. So I honestly don't really know what is going on.
Well, the next gong show is the Daybell. The next gong show is a Daybell. If she actually does that.
Wow. See, and that one would be a hard one. Are you going to do that one?
I don't know. My thought is this. She's already got 2 life sentences. I'm really done with that. Does that make sense? She's already had 2 life sentences. It's like, so what? Throw a third?
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I'm definitely not doing P. Diddy. I'm letting everybody know. That is not in my wheelhouse. But other people may be, and I encourage you to follow them. We do have some drama with Baldwin that we can cover next week. There's a trial that we're in like day 4 right now that RA has kind of been watching, and other people. I haven't been able to get my teeth into that because I've been coming out of 2 trials. I want to try and select something that not everybody else is watching right now. It may hurt me, it may help my numbers, I don't know. Oh, the cotton fields are blooming.
Oh,
By the
beautiful.
way, where I'm at is the plains of Texas. It's kind of where Texas becomes super flat, and everybody does cotton, then corn, and hay, and they kind of rotate that. So I'm not in the hill country just yet. I'm headed back home to the hill country.
Yeah,
But
you had a good
anyway,
visit.
huh?
You had a good visit, though?
It's short, but we did. I
Yeah.
needed to be there for something and take care of something, and my daughter's dressing up for her group of friends that are going out for Halloween, and each one of the friends has picked an era, and she drew the 1980s. So I taught her how to wing her hair and teach
Lovely.
and we bought her makeup. She's going to be having the blue, purple, and pink eyeshadows, and she's borrowing an old denim jacket of mine from back then that I had, and she went to Goodwill and got her a pair of blue jeans, those older blue jeans, and taught her how to roll the ankles like we did. Bought her the socks that she could scrunch down like we did, and she goes, "Oh my God, this is ridiculous." I said, "Hey, we loved it."
Does she have some really big earrings? Some really big, bright earrings?
We couldn't find any, but we also wore
Mhm.
pearl. Remember Madonna and the
yeah.
pearls?
Yep.
So we have pearl earrings, and then we got her a pearl necklace that's double stranded,
Awesome.
so it's a little more predominant. She's going to wear pastel blue. I mean, she had a black shirt, and I said, "Baby, we didn't really wear black shirts. And the boys may have, but we wore a lot of pastel." God, pastel clothes and neon makeup. I mean, I didn't get to do that because my parents, we didn't wear makeup in my family like that at all. So, but, I don't know what I'm going to do for tomorrow night. I was going to do a Halloween live. We were going to pull up some fun Halloween stuff on YouTube, but I didn't know what to do for me and my costumey, whatever.
I don't have any costumes, or else I might drop in and show up in something festive, but I don't have anything.
I may do a makeup look live. I may go live and do my makeup.
Cool. That would be really interesting. I think that would be super fun.
Maybe I ought to transform myself. What if I did this? What if I did an 80s look, and then when I'm done, wash it off and do a Day of the Dead look, and maybe wash that off and just have fun?
I think people would really gravitate towards a Day of the Dead look. I think people would love that. And I think that an 80s look, people would also love that. But I think lots of people would
We'll
really
do the,
hit
we'll
on.
flip it. Day of the Dead. Yeah, we'll do
that. Yeah, I think that's a great idea. That's super cool. And
I'll have to make some modifications in the. I'll have to make some modifications in the studio so I can have my makeup in there.
It's hard.
Well, what I could do is actually go live via the phone. I'll set up the live in my office and then do what I'm doing now, and sit in my makeup room and put on the makeup there, because I've got all the big lights, the mirror, and I mean, I got a whole store of makeup because I sell it too. I don't know. I've never. It would help go goth.
I can go goth because I'm the palest person in the world.
I got some pale makeup, honey child. But you are pale. I used to be you. But you're also from Canada. Isn't everybody pale up there?
It snowed this morning. Yeah, the dogs were outside and they were a little bit excited, but they were getting like little snowflakes on their nose, and I'm like, oh dear Lord, like really? Not even November yet. But actually, usually we have snow
I have been
before this.
I have been watching the couple of people in Canada who go camping, and they have the Arab tents like I'm going to be getting. I just wanted to see their weather. You know, it's an all four season tent, and I have been watching them glamping, in the snow in Canada and going ice fishing and all that cool stuff. And hi, Gabby! Yay!
Hi, Gabby.
Hello! And I was
So
going
nice to see
to,
you.
I've just been watching them, and they were up on this cliff of a mountain, up in the hills somewhere, and it was so strong, it was 17 knots. And ended up packing up and getting the hell out of Dodge, because as soon as they started packing up, sleet and snow and everything was a blizzard blew in. And this was a couple of years ago when they filmed it. And but I have just been addicted to watching these camping. And here's why. Oh, I'm coming home, Zach. I visited my daughter at college at Angelo State. It has
And
nice
Zach,
music. No, I don't hear the music, but I feel the vibrations. So it feels, and when they're in the rain, I can feel the rain vibrations on my ears, and it's soothing. And then they cook good food, so you get a cooking show, a nature show, you get audible and visual. I mean, it's everything in one.
they are really cool, and I'm surprised that some people do go out in like colder weather. It's interesting.
It was
Some
negative.
people-
What? No, it can't. Sorry, we're disconnected. Go ahead.
Depends on where you are. So some people might not go past like -20 with something like that, but like and that's, you can get lots of snow with that, and that's cold. Like people will usually just give up at that point. But it's already zero.
Well,
It's
this
already
guy
below
was
zero,
doing.
basically.
Well, what he does is he was camping, and he was out for I think 8 days, and 2 or 3 of the nights it got down into we're in Fahrenheit, so you're in Celsius, and it was -26 the first night, -2 the second night, then -20 the third night.
Okay, so that's
He
not
had the
bad.
fireplace, he had the wood. So, but what is that in Fahrenheit?
I will look.
What would -20 be in Fahrenheit? Because I can't do the math in my head. But I was like, -32? Oh my gosh. That was insane. Uh-oh, what's going on with Zach?
Honey, that's not cold. That's just winter getting started.
What is
That's
it for
just
y'all?
winter deciding to be winter. It starts getting
No.
cold
What
at,
is it
like,
in Fahrenheit?
Oh, I'm still looking.
Oh, at -32 Celsius is not cold.
So -20 Celsius is -4 Fahrenheit, apparently.
That is freaking hell. Oh, no. Cold for us is 32 degrees. That is the coldest I can handle. It sometimes gets down in the 20s, and this girl doesn't go outside. Give me 120 over 20 degrees any day.
Yeah,
Our average
so,
winter is in the 40s.
Really?
40 Fahrenheit. 40 Fahrenheit. Lows
So-
may be in the 30s, highs in the 50s Fahrenheit.
It's really hilarious because once you start getting down into the negative numbers, Celsius and Fahrenheit kind of start matching up. Because I was about to say where Runkle is, it gets to -40, and that is cold weather. And with the wind chill and it being the prairies, it's a really easy way to not live if you're not careful. So, but negative 30, -40 is -40. in Celsius and Fahrenheit. They're just equaled out. And so, like, when we get kind of cold around here, it's about negative 35, and that's apparently negative 31 Fahrenheit. So,
Kind of cold?
that's cold for us. Like, usually it's around minus 20.
Okay, what is a comfortable winter weather for y'all? Temperature?
You know what, honestly, if it's at like minus 18, minus 15, that's a really mild winter. And then you're probably shoveling a lot of snow, because when it gets really cold, it does not snow, but when it's warmer, you get the condensation. So the shoveling of the snow is the hugest pain in the ass ever.
Yeah, so what is a negative? You said 15? You said negative 15 for y'all?
Yeah, that's comfortable.
12?
So
Negative
negative
12?
15.
Comfortable?
Negative
Oh, hell
15 is 5 degrees Fahrenheit.
No. Our winters are our winters may dip into the 30s or low 20s at night, but during the days it's 40s and 50s. And then a beautiful winter day for me is the 60s, which is fall for some people. And I would have to weigh 500 pounds to survive Canada.
Well, you know, it's an interesting place. Every different place has its quirks, and because I grew up with it, I don't know any different. But I do get in better shape during the winter because I shovel a lot of snow. Well, last year was a mild year. There wasn't as much snow, so I was like, oh, this is nice, but apparently we're gonna have like a lot of snow this year. So most of the time you're just gonna see me red-faced and looking completely frozen, because I will have just come in from shoveling snow at some point.
So let me ask you, what temperature is uncomfortable for you as far as warm?
Oh, shoot, that's gonna be funny to you. That is gonna be a funny one to you. So this is gonna be hilarious.
I figured it would be.
It's gonna be slopped around. Oh yeah. It starts getting uncomfortable at around 95.
Well, that's uncomfortable. 95 Fahrenheit?
Fahrenheit.
Okay, that's uncomfortable for a lot of people here.
Yeah, and I'm even uncomfortable with.
I thought you were going to say 60.
No.
Yeah, no.
Like, so 30 Celsius is hot here, and that would be 86 Fahrenheit. So 86 Fahrenheit, yeah, that's hot for us.
Do you know, it's in the 80s right now, high 80s, maybe pushing.
Really?
And I'm in long sleeves. Now, I wear long sleeves year round almost. I do get warm in them, but if it's over 105, you won't see me in anything but short sleeves. But oh gosh, no. Give me the heat over the cold anytime.
So anywhere between 60 to like 95 or 100, that's where our summer can go. And then our winter can go all the way down to about minus 35. Sometimes
you have
get
a
down to
broad spectrum. You've got a broad spectrum, much more than we do. We're like this, yeah. You're like that. Wow.
It keeps things interesting. But
well, my goal is next Christmas is to take it to my tent and my camping gear and go to Colorado or New Mexico in the snow and spend 2 or 3 nights over Christmas in the snow with a little Christmas tree in my tent, camp in the snow.
That sounds wonderful. Camping is really great. Like, honestly, and they're starting to make camping so convenient with this glamping stuff. It's like, oh,
Well, my problem,
that's not the way I camped.
well, the way I used to camp is the old traditional tents. It was, you know, the A-frame tents, but you have those sticks you put together and all that stuff. Well, now that I'm old, 53, and I have arthritis and all of the stuff this old folks have. Oh, well, my body thinks it is. I cannot sit there and put those kind of tents together. There's some things I do old-fashioned while I'm camping, I will continue to do. But when it comes to the tent and what I'm sleeping on is going to be glamping. I'm trying to decide whether to get a cot with one hell of a mattress top or any of those foamy things like that for camping. Or do I get an air-up mattress? Now, here's the problem. Air-up mattresses, people don't realize the air inside the tent and outside, like if you're doing it in the fall and it's 50 degrees outside, the air in your mattress is going to be that or whatever the air temperature is in the room when you go to bed. But as it cools off over the night, that air is going to cool off overnight and you're going to get cold. I learned this when the one time I went to Colorado in the winter for my ex-sister-in-law's baby's baptism. She put me in her basement, which was a plush basement. It was carpet, it was plush. But she put me on an air mattress and it was underground.
Yeah, and there's concrete under that nice carpet,
yeah,
so the cold will come right up.
I was so cold in that thing. I literally, it took my blankets and made a pallet on the floor was warmer than the air on the mattress. So I think in the summertime, or I'll have both. I'll have an air mattress depending on the time of the year it is. But I hear cots are better because you don't seem to get as cold in the winter. What is Gabby saying?
Maybe cot. She says, my husband loves camping. He would sleep with the bear if the bear would let him.
I got so mad because this one,
she continues on because Twa was laughing and she said, he really would, Twa. He's nuts. I grew up in the city and my husband grew up on a flower farm. And you can really tell.
I've been calling her Toy, T-O-I, Toy. Is it Twa or Toy?
I believe it's Twa. Twa, can you tell us, is it Twa or Toy?
Because I want to say it right. If I've been pronouncing it wrong and nobody told me, I'm going to be pissed. Because I make a fool of myself.
Toy. Okay, Toy, I'm sorry. That's my fault. It's the French Canadian in me. We all get taught some French at some point, and so that is where I went with it. I am so sorry. Toy. Okay.
I'm sorry. I thought I was wrong.
DeToy. She says it's technically DeToy.
With a D?
Am I pronouncing? Yeah, like a D-T-O-Y. So apparently
DeToy. I'll try and remember that, DeToy. I'll try and remember.
And
thank you
if we're
for
saying
clarifying.
that wrong, let me know. But thank you, and I'm so sorry because I've been saying that wrong.
Yeah,
and
you know Zach.
Oh, Toy. Okay, say thank you. It's Vietnamese. I'm sorry. She's teaching me things. I like when people teach me things because I don't know a lot.
You know a lot. You're smart. Well, I know Zach is getting ready to do some camping and hiking and all kind of fun stuff. Awesome. Lucky him. Our trip is in March. We booked it.
She says just say Toy instead of toy. Just say Toy. But anyway, sorry. Go ahead. Zach is on adventures.
No, we're all good. We're all good. Yeah, Zach's going to go on an adventure, and I told my daughter it's going to probably be January before I get everything together because this is expensive. But my papa has a ranch here in Texas, and he had a ranch house that was 110 years old or something like that. And he spent 3 summers remodeling and bringing everything up to code and taking a screened in sunroom and putting windows in and, you know, bringing it up. And less than a year after he did it, and before he was just in the talks with the insurance company to up the insurance on the property because the value was far greater now. I won't tell you what he put into it, but it was a ton of money. And the place is an hour and a half to 2 hours away from home. And by the time we were told, the house had burnt to the ground. There was nothing but the tin roof and ashes. Everything in it burnt down. It was literally ashes. And
That's
it took
really
the fire out
rough.
of him. And we really haven't been to the ranch much since. It's been about, 10 years now. So I told my daughter, I said, I think what I'm going to do is he'll let me do it. I'll tell him, of course, but go out there and camp a little bit because it's a safe place. It is beautiful. It's in between 2 valleys, or in Texas,
Yeah.
it's cliffs. It's a valley between cliffs, and it's pretty for that neck of the woods. But yeah, that was such a heartbreak for us. Huge.
That
Huge
sounds
heartbreak.
like it would be devastating. Yeah.
And well, he's on the property. He's on that property forever. I think the 70s, and well, at least 50 years. And it broke his heart.
Yeah. We've had so many forest fires around here, and actually one of our smaller towns in BC, the whole town burnt to the ground. The entire thing is gone. And so I usually drive through Lytton when I go to Vancouver, and so I haven't driven, I've only flown since then, since it's burnt to the ground. And so when I drive through the next time, not seeing like the historic buildings and just like the few little landmarks there, I know it's gonna be really weird. Because like I saw aerial photographs and the entire town is just...
So are they going to rebuild it?
They're going to rebuild it, yeah. It's just, it's hard. It's really devastating, and it's something that you have to grieve, right? Because it's a loss. It's a huge loss. And I was talking to my friend Sandy about it one day, and she said, you know what? I do get that it's a huge loss and that it can turn your life completely upside down. And she said, but it's just stuff. And she was saying that because her son, Ben, who I went to high school with, died very suddenly in his 20s. And so she has 2 daughters, and now she has grandchildren around. And, you know, she said there's different types of loss, and there are different ways you can deal with it, and some things can be replaced and some things can't. And so I kind of just I keep that in mind sometimes, especially with anything that I am kind of attached to, because I get attached to my stuff sometimes, and I just don't want to do that.
Well, we
the
all
name
do.
On my hoodie, it's a brand called Animal. I got it from Mountain Warehouse. Sorry, Gabby just asked me a question.
No, that's fine. I took my camera off because I'm making a right-hand turn, but I wished I could turn my camera around because there's this old building, 100 and something years old, and they have done a mural on it that's gorgeous, but I can't. I'm back.
Beautiful. Oh, hi, Gabby. I'm Sneak. I'm around sometimes. Sometimes I pop in, and sometimes I'm around, but thank you for coming by and seeing us, because I know that you know Ada, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I always get that mixed up.
Sneaky
yeah.
is one of our fabulous mods. She's been with me for a long time. And a long time as we've been a long time, 7 months. We have just hit our 7th month anniversary, and we hit 1,000-ish views. We just hit that, so we're going to celebrate, I guess, tomorrow.
Really?
And
That's awesome.
We need to keep the subscriptions coming. I was hoping to be 3,100 by Halloween. We didn't make it, but I am so blessed by the ones that we did get, and I am so happy, and I can't wait to give away a Yeti. And my thing is that I am just ecstatic. I know a lot of YouTubers don't grow like this. I don't think anyway. And I'm just so very blessed.
Like really fast. I was surprised when I came aboard at how quickly you grew, because I've not seen something like that, from kind of building from the ground up sort of thing. So it was really interesting to see your success and see that sort of process.
So the thing is, I didn't say a Yeti, did I? Did I say Yeti? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. Starbucks tumbler, my bad. I will be giving away something once a month. Next month will be a Yeti. November we'll do a Yeti, and then in December we'll do a Stanley. Well, RA, you would talk about fast. He was monetized in 1 day, or had 1,000 viewers like in 1 day or 2 days. I mean, that man grows so fast. It wasn't even. I mean, I'm a snail. But I've kind of hit a plateau, which is fine, because I got to learn. You know, if you keep going like this, you can't keep up. So.
Well, and you'll figure it out, right? And especially, like, you had the idea about the Day of the Dead makeup tomorrow. You come up with, like, interesting ideas that are, like, just stuff from your life, and it shows your personality, and I think that is really cool content that people would enjoy. And it shows part of who you are.
Well, I think what I'm going to do is I did around the eyes, I did it to where when you blink your eyes, the butterfly wings would open and close on a girl for Halloween makeup. This is the first year I'm not doing Halloween makeup. And I think what I'll do for the Day of the Dead is I'll use a flower petal and make it, because you know how they have the flower around the eye?
That sounds really cool, and I think it'll be a great video, and I think it will get a lot of engagement, because it's something I would click on anyway. So I don't know. I'm not the mainstream audience, but I definitely would click on it.
Well, here's my thing. We need to do the verdict watch tomorrow, and I want to do a live tomorrow night, and I don't really want to mix the two. What are your thoughts? Or should I?
Did he say that they were stopping at 5 tomorrow?
Tonight. And well,
tonight.
If they're still verdicting it, tonight. If they're still in verdict, I'll just tie the lives together, and I can do that. I can do 2 lives at one time and tie it together. But I really kind of wanted to have an opportunity for people to get home, those who don't have children and who aren't going anywhere, to hop on and it be an official Halloween party. I was going to go and get snacks, decorate. I'm not going to have any kind of weird I might just put a lot of candles out. I have the battery candles. God, I got 14 of those battery candles for like $5 at Goodwill, and they work.
Really?
I can have a little, like, dang.
I don't get very many trick-or-treaters anymore. But I still do have candy here, because we have a few kids in the neighborhood now that some houses have been kind of sold. You know how a neighborhood kind of like goes through cycles where it turns over, and then there's kids again, and then people grow older?
Well, what I
So-
might do on the other live, is teach some technique. Why don't I do techniques while we do verdict watch, so people who have children can go home and if they need any of it, they can use it. So I'll do
Troy says-
Halloween makeup tricks tutorials during the day, and then I'll do my own look at night.
Okay. Yeah, because Troy said, I vote for a mix. It gives you something to do, and that is a very good point. So
I did
thank you
one
everybody
look.
for. Oh, it's just thanking everyone for their engagement. Sorry.
Yeah, we may have a little bit of a delay. I apologize.
Mm-hmm.
I did one look where I did half my face, and the way I shadowed it, it looks like half of my face was lifting off like a mask.
Cool.
Oh, that was cool. So I'll just get my makeup together and do some fun stuff and play and teach tips and tricks.
Yeah, I think
Tips
that
and
would be
tricks for
huge
Halloween.
hit. Oh my gosh, you can't
Yep.
put it, but you know how you have to have like kind of flashy titles and stuff? I was about to say makeup and M word, but you can't put that. Makeup and mayhem.
That would work.
Sorry.
Eminem, makeup and mayhem.
Oh, I'll
But I
workshop
was
it.
thinking, yeah. I think what I was thinking is that what I'd like to do is I would love to be able to on Halloween night also have some YouTubes. You know how people put up crazy YouTube stuff on Halloween, and maybe some ghosty, that kind of stuff. People talk about ghosts in a hospital, and just have some fun with some of the YouTube stuff. I think that would be fun. I've got to go by the grocery store and get me some candy corn. I love candy corn. I don't care what anybody else thinks. You can be haters. I don't care. I love me some candy corn.
Yeah, all good. I love candy, and so I do not hate on anyone who has a preference of their candy. I just respect them. I'm just like, all right.
Gabby's
a
birthday
connoisseur.
tomorrow.
Woo!
Well, Gabby, if you come on tomorrow and remind us, I will sing to you.
That would be great.
I
Gabby,
made a
will be
birthday
thinking
cake
about you
with
tomorrow.
I made a birthday cake with the white buttercream icing, and then I took candy corn and stuck it in to where it looked like a whole corn, like a corn on the cob laid sideways. So cool.
That's neat.
Love that cake.
That's super cool. That would be so much sugar.
I
That
just
would
don't
be
have the
such a
energy
sugar
anymore.
bomb. That would be so cool, but that would just be like sugar bomb. That's something that you do to your grandchildren and then give them back.
I've done cupcakes with the jelly beans that way too. I've done the cupcakes with the jelly beans, but this cake took 3 bags of the candy corn, the big bags of candy corn, and it took me hours to just sit there. And you have a question?
No, I'm just answering Dr. Bullbutter's question.
We don't pin messages to top a chat. I'll let you answer that.
Yeah, I'm just doing that. So just tell a story or do something. I'm gonna chat in the chat in one.
I'm starting to hit the hill country. Hallelujah. My allergies are kicking in. The cedar is here. Anybody like to ice skate?
I am really bad at it.
I loved ice skating when I was little. My mother said when they adopted us, one of the things I wanted to do, and I was adopted at almost 5 years of age, and one of the things I wanted to do was to ice skate. So they took me, and we lived in Manassas, Virginia. So that fall on the ice skating rinks, they took me and they got me some lessons. And I'd seen ice skating on TV, and I thought I could just go out on that skate and spin, and I'd be just like them. I didn't know better. And I stepped out on that ice and never been in skates, and I spun and landed flat on my bony butt. Oh, everybody thought that it was so funny. Where am I coming from? My daughter's college, Gabby. I had been informed by the judge on Monday night that when they were done that the schedule was going to be Tuesday closing argument.
Oh. Did we lose her? We may have lost her. I'm not sure if we did. I'm hoping that Ada comes back. I find it amazing that you guys have such great cell coverage that you can you can actually stream like that. I can't do stuff like that in Canada. We're in the boonies. We don't have cell coverage on most of our highways. Like it is a safety issue. But it's we're the wilderness. Anyway, Ada will probably be back shortly. She probably did get to the grocery store. So we are still on verdict watch, which I will put up. And I just want to thank everyone for being here. Hi, Zach. Zach, who gave you a blue wrench? That's madness. It's nice to see you. Okay, well, so makeup and mayhem tomorrow. Ada will be doing some interesting looks for Halloween while we're doing verdict watch for the trial of Melanie Walker Farris. And no, Zach, I have not been ignoring you the whole time. I see you here. I see that you're trouble all the time. We love that you're trouble, though, Zach. We do.
Sorry about that. For some reason, my phone is charging, and then it just stops charging and it dies, and I don't know why. And this is not my vehicle. I don't know if maybe there might be something wrong with this charging port. I do not know.
Yep, got you back again. I don't
Okay.
understand why this is happening,
Okay.
but I'm charged into the charging port, and I keep dying.
Okay, so I'm going to go, and everything seems to be done. So, everyone, we thank you very much for
Well,
coming.
if they're done, we're all gonna go.
Yes.
What did he say? What did they say? I missed it.
Well, they said, I don't really know. They said that they were going to convene tomorrow at 9, and he said that it was very important that nobody enter or leave the courtroom. So if you don't want to stay there, don't be there. And jury instructions tomorrow morning. And we will have, the jury has requested the exhibits of the family tree and the interview dates and something else I didn't hear. I'm sorry. So anyway, lovely to see you all.
That's fine. Well, they're going to be done. Hold on, Sneaky. Hold on. They're going to be done anyway in a couple of minutes. Sneaky, go ahead and end the live. Just hit end something. Can you do that? And it's going to play my closeout. Everybody, thank you so much for joining. We'll see you tomorrow, or I'll end it. Thank you, everybody. We will see you tomorrow at 9 Eastern, 8 Central. Sneaky, you're an amazing. Thank you so much.
See y'all later.
Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe.